Chapter 1181, Reaching Imperial Sovereign in One Step, Looking in on Revered Ancient. Getting into the Fifth World was exceedingly difficult. It was a place made for quasi-immortal Grand Emperors. As for Imperial Sovereigns, your only hope was to have canon that had been advanced to a high level. Cultivators like that were as rare as phoenix feathers or Kilin horns. In fact, in this generation in the Fifth Star Ring, it was publicly acknowledged that only the #1 Shining Star, who was of course Sir Star Ring, qualified in that regard. That was one reason why the Shining Stars had such a high opinion of Sir Star Ring. It was also why Sir Star Ring was so ambitious. His canon of order had long since reached the point where he could break through to the quasi-immortal level. He had intentionally held back in order to accumulate a total of 99 chains of order. After that, he had planned to use the majestic energy of the Fifth World as his foundation, and the power of the Immortal Palace as the driving force, all with the goal of accepting Fourth True Monarch's canon. By breaking through in that way, he could follow the same path as Fourth True Monarch. Had he broken through in that manner, then the instant he became a quasi-immortal, he would have been one of the most astonishing quasi-immortals to exist, even going back to ancient times. His battle prowess would have been overwhelming. He would have been an incredibly powerful quasi-immortal, and that would have given him limitless future potential. By accomplishing that, becoming a lower immortal would have been a foregone conclusion. That was the entire reason he had come to the fallen immortal moors. Unfortunately, ideals might be nice, but they often don't measure up to reality. He had been thwarted in the Fourth World and had failed to maintain order. As a result, he never succeeded in his plan for the 99 chains. What was worse, some of them had even been broken. It had affected him in significant ways. But Sir Star Ring was the #1 Shining Star, so he didn't let his defeat get to him. He made some mental adjustments, entered the Fifth World, and continued to pursue his path. Now he was only moments away from success. He had completely repaired his chains of order and was halfway through building the 99th chain. All he needed was a bit more time, and he would complete it. Then he would break through from Imperial Sovereign to quasi-immortal. He had experienced some twists and turns, but was still going to achieve the result he desired. Based on his understanding, there was no one else in the same generation as him who had come to the Immortal Palace and could get to the 5th level. Thus, there was no one around who could stop him. The other quasi-immortal Grand Emperors here were not interested in fighting him as long as he didn't make a move on them. He was one of the Shining Stars and was under the protection of special laws in the 5th Star Ring. Anyone who broke such laws would have to pay a very high price. That was why he had been convinced there would be no hitches during his breakthrough. But then he spotted Xu Qing and was immediately shaken to the core. The development, after all, was profoundly significant. He could see the evidence of a breakthrough on Xu Qing. Besides, the mere fact that he had come to the Fifth World indicated that he had broken through and was now on roughly the same level as himself. That realization caused his heart to start pounding. Your cultivation base, you're a smoldering god. He wasn't the only one to react with surprise. The other quasi-immortal Grand Emperors working on their cultivation opened their eyes and looked at Xu Qing. Their reactions varied, but all were surprised, especially when it came to Xu Qing's cultivation base level. Smoldering god. With canon. He gained enlightenment of that canon as a smoldering god. Interesting. Looks like it might be time to rethink who deserves to be the #1 Shining Star. An intangible wind seemed to kick up in the Fifth World. As that wind blew, Sir Star Ring wiped the grimace from his face and slowly got to his feet. Killing intent built explosively within him, quickly turning into a raging tempest around him. Naturally, he realized who Xu Qing was the moment he saw him. 1. The person in front of him was the same cultivator who had possessed young Lord Aurora in the Fourth World. The person in front of him was the same cultivator who had kicked up such endless waves, all while staying hidden in the shadows. The person in front of him was the cultivator who had used the words on the marriage contract to drive him out of the Fourth World. So you came here looking to break through. I won't allow it. His killing intent exploded, and his cultivation base power, which was just on the verge of a breakthrough, erupted explosively. It didn't matter if Xu Qing was planning to interrupt his breakthrough. There was no way he could allow him to break through. If a smoldering god could cause him so much trouble, then if that person broke through, he would definitely cause even more trouble. Though Sir Star Ring was confident he could still come out on top in that case, this person just really irritated him. And thus, he didn't hesitate to shoot directly toward Xu Qing. The surrounding quasi-immortal Grand Emperors looked on with keen eyes. None of them would casually call these two members of the junior generation. After all, the fact that they had reached this point indicated that they qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Grand Emperors. It didn't matter to them who came out on top in the fight. If nothing else, being able to watch a fight like this would bring a welcome respite from their tedious cultivation. And yet, just as Sir Star Ring's killing intent surged and he shot forth, and even as the quasi-immortal Grand Emperors looked on, Xu Qing, who had only just arrived in the fifth world, frowned. He knew that he wasn't in the proper state to get into a fight. His parallelism canon was fluctuating, and his ninth world was still stabilizing. Xu Qing knew that the most important thing for him right now was to use the energy here to make that final burst into Imperial Sovereign. He was completely and utterly confident that he could succeed. But he knew that if he was fighting when it happened, or if someone interrupted the process, he would have a hard time defending himself. He hadn't been planning to interrupt Sir Star Ring's breakthrough. He figured it would be best for both of them to break through before worrying about fighting. But apparently, Sir Star Ring wasn't going to let that happen. "Fine then," Xu Qing growled, his eyes icy. "I won't allow you to break through." Lifting his right hand, he pushed it gently in the direction of Sir Star Ring. "Be expelled." The fifth world rumbled loudly, and the wind became a tempest. As the world rumbled, the vortexes all started rotating. It was as if countless eyes had suddenly opened. A terrifying force of expulsion erupted, and it landed right on Sir Star Ring. Sir Star Ring was stunned, and he wanted to fight back. But the terrifying power was beyond his ability to resist. An instant later, he started blurring, and then he just vanished. He had been expelled from the fifth world. After he was gone, the force of expulsion went away and everything returned to normal. As for the quasi-immortal Grand Emperors, their desire to see a dramatic scene play out in front of them died. All of them suddenly felt the need to take the situation very seriously. He owns the place. He has seniority. This guy has power over the Immortal Palace. Xu Qing didn't have time to judge the reactions. Before leaving, young Lord Aurora had given him ownership of the Immortal Palace. Theoretically speaking, he should be able to expel anyone he wanted once he was in a given world. After expelling Sir Star Ring, he sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and immersed himself in his ninth extreme. The ninth extreme was the extreme of parallelism. It seemed to Xu Qing that this extreme was like the primordial sand he had found in the desert of time. Each and every movement became individual timelines and instances of space-time. Theoretically speaking, there was no limit to the versions of space-time that could be produced in that way. They were real, but at the same time they were unreal. At the same time they were also doors. By means of those doors, he could connect to versions of himself from different space-times and could share thoughts with them. Unify them, and that was the ninth extreme, too. You could call it the overlapping of parallel universes. Suddenly, the fifth world rippled as Sir Star Ring appeared, forming out of the void. "You," he howled. He only got out one word. Xu Qing, not bothering to even look at him, waved his hand to repeat the expelling process. Ripples flowed out, and the furious Sir Star Ring, who had just been stepping into the fifth world, was once again thrown out. He left behind only the echoing remains of the one word he had spoken. Xu Qing closed his eyes and circulated the ninth extreme within him. He linked spacetimes, expanding the effect, until his ninth world bloomed like a dazzling flower. Then he unified all the worlds. 9 worlds intersected, and Xu Qing's cultivation base skyrocketed. His aura and energy shot upward. It caused ripples, which quickly turned into something like a vortex. As it spun and spun, Xu Qing sat cross-legged in the center of it, and his soul manifested externally. In the imperial sovereign level, one formed an immortal embryo. When it was complete, one became a quasi-immortal. It was divided into 3 phases, which were the illusory reality, the undying, and the immortal embryo. In the illusory reality, the soul came out of the body, covering the physical body and becoming what was called the real body. Because it was made of a soul, it was illusory. But because there was also a real body, it was called illusory reality. Xu Qing's entire person radiated dazzling light. As his soul emerged, it looked almost like the statue of a Buddha. He sat cross-legged, like a giant, shining with boundless light like a divine being. Imperial sovereigns were the cultivator system's version of the Godfire level. Of course, Xu Qing's version of the illusory reality was a bit different from other imperial sovereigns. It very quickly transformed from being blurry to clear, which was the hallmark of the great circle of illusory reality. At the same time, a majestic power that surpassed smoldering gods erupted within him. He had reached imperial sovereign in 1 step. Outside of the immortal palace, beyond the 5th star ring, and separated by a boundless starry sky was the 9th star ring. In the revered ancient mainland, in Xianxia County, there was a phoenix palace underground, where Plumdark was in seclusion. A figure sat cross-legged nearby, surrounded by shocking godly light. It was Xu Qing's old god clone. The moment his immortal body stepped into imperial sovereign, their mysterious connection caused the god clone's godly authority to glitter. There was a resonance between this god and this immortal. Off to the side, Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior looked stunned. Inside the Phoenix Hall, Plumdark's eyelashes quivered. In the imperial palace of humankind, Empress Summer Departure looked in the direction of Xianxia County. Another person looked in that same direction. Beneath revered ancient in the ancient world where the brilliant heaven godfolk were sealed, Erniu was frantically running along. His head was currently the size of a small mountain. He looked to be in very bad shape, but his eyes glittered brightly as he ran along and laughed uproariously. I hit the jackpot. The jackpot? I could tell at a glance that this thingy is delicious. Granted, it's a bit tough. I just need to find a good spot to crack it open. As he ran along salivating, he was about to check his surroundings to look for a good place to eat the item he had taken. That was when he sensed something strange happening. He looked up, whereupon his eyes went wide. Holy crap, little Ah Ching must have eaten something amazing. How could he be breaking through so soon? 1. I have selectively edited out some text here that claimed Sir Star Ring had never seen Xu Qing's true facial features in the 4th world. Except, he did, in chapter 1171. 2. In English, space-time is an uncountable noun, similar to traffic. You generally do not use the word traffics in English. That is why I have been saying things like instance version of space-time. However, the author uses the term as a countable noun. After a while, it gets tedious to say version instance of space-time, so going forward, I will use it like a countable noun in many cases. Chapter 1182, the stubborn Sir Star Ring. The imperial sovereign level was all about the process of forming the immortal embryo. With an immortal embryo and a corresponding canon, one could step into the level of the quasi-immortal Grand Emperor. After, the immortal embryo would become a mature immortal, and canon would become a tributary, and the quasi-immortal would become a lower immortal. Countless cultivators dreamed of reaching those 3 levels, but it was extremely rare for people to actually succeed. Every major level was like a brutal elimination process. Each step along the way required destined opportunities and good fortune. You also need to build up impressive reserve powers. What was more, because the 5th star ring had outlawed gods, cultivators didn't really have any natural predators. That was why there were more imperial sovereigns than in places like revered ancient. But if you looked at them as a proportion of the cultivator population in general, they were still rare. In the revered ancient mainland, gods still wreaked havoc. Mutagen was everywhere, and life was hard. Even when it was in its heyday, the cultivator population there didn't come close to the 5th star ring. As a result, there were very few imperial sovereigns there. The 3 phases of the level didn't just require an impressive cannon. It also required significant power from the star ring itself to act as nutrients for the immortal embryo to eventually become a mature immortal. Xu Qing had been aware of that for a while now. Now, as he was breaking through, he was fully aware of the advantages and disadvantages he had. In the smoldering god level, his cannon had been strong, but his fleshly body had been a weakness. He was now facing a similar situation in the imperial sovereign level. The reason I was able to come into the 5th world, which is normally for quasi-immortal grand emperors, is my canon. The 9th extreme, that of parallel overlapping universes, is comparable to a quasi-immortal grand emperor's canon in the Great Circle, but it's definitely not anywhere close to being a tributary. As far as I'm concerned, when it comes to the imperial sovereign level, and even the quasi-immortal grand emperor level, what I lack is the immortal embryo and its eventual mature form. What I have to do next is acquire more star ring power, which is really the origin power of a higher star ring. With that as nutrients, I should be able to rapidly mature my immortal embryo. As for canon, I can't give up on that. If I want to become a lower immortal, then my canon is lacking. What I need is the 10th extreme. As Xu Qing sat cross-legged, he sensed his cultivation base fluctuations, and at the same time, analyzed everything that had happened so far and used that to speculate about the future. He had no idea what the 10th extreme was going to be. He didn't even have a direction to pursue. At least he knew where his weaknesses lay. I'm strong enough to fight a quasi-immortal, but because of the process of creating the immortal embryo, my fleshly body is as weak as an imperial sovereign. If I actually faced quasi-immortal power, it would be a problem. Xu Qing thought about it for a moment. An assassin. Eyes gleaming, he cleared his thoughts and looked off into the void. There were ripples in the spot he was looking at. They were aggressive ripples, and they seemed to indicate that someone was trying to force their way into the 5th world. Xu Qing knew exactly who it was, but he broke through on the outside. He looked apathetically at the spot with the ripples. Gradually, a shape grew more distinct, and Sir Star Ring appeared. Instantly, the might of a quasi-immortal erupted around him. "Xu Qing!" he howled furiously. His eyes were completely bloodshot as he glared at Xu Qing. He really had achieved a breakthrough. There hadn't been any other choice. After being expelled multiple times, he knew that he couldn't possibly reach his goal of breaking through in the 5th world. He had no choice but to do it outside. Unfortunately, becoming a quasi-immortal in that manner was not ideal. The killing intent within him grew even stronger than before. He wanted nothing more than to slaughter Xu Qing. Upon sensing the killing intent and seeing Sir Star Ring's bloodshot eyes, Xu Qing coolly said, "I've been waiting for you for a while now." As those words swept through the 5th world, a screaming wind kicked up, which sent out space-time fluctuations. The fluctuations reverberated in front of and behind Sir Star Ring, as well as to his left and right. They reverberated in his past, present, and future. They reverberated everywhere. Xu Qing's eyes glittered like heavenly bodies, as if the light of space-time was flowing within them. To him, Sir Star Ring didn't look like a single, unique entity. Xu Qing saw countless versions of space-time, and in every one of them was Sir Star Ring, just in a different state. In some cases he was insane, in others he laughed coldly, in yet others he was silent, vicious, or in pain. There were countless space-times and countless Sir Star Rings. Xu Qing took them all in. Of course, seeing was just the first step. The second was influencing. Xu Qing could clearly sense that he was able to influence not just Sir Star Ring but the space-time he was in. If his canon were at a higher level, he could truly erase him from existence. He could erase all versions of him, along with his karma, fate, and reincarnations. That sensation made Xu Qing think back to what Yu Liuchen had told him about true gods. The reasons true gods always came back was because of their undying names. Even if they were killed, as long as there existed a memory of them, they could use that as a symbol to return to one. Back then, Xu Qing didn't quite understand what that meant. He just knew that true gods were terrifying and that there were too many unknowns regarding them. But now, he understood. When a true god came back, they were not the same as before. And that was because what came back after their death wouldn't be the actual god, but rather a manifestation of that god from another spacetime. Sadly, my immortal embryo is still in the illusory reality phase, and my 9th extreme hasn't reached the limit. So at the moment, I can't influence all of the spacetimes. Xu Qing lifted his right hand, pointed it toward Sir Starring, and opened it wide. Sir Starring was currently looking directly at Xu Qing, and his heart was pounding. The look in Xu Qing's eyes caused him to shiver down to the depths of his being. He even stopped breathing as a sensation of deadly crisis erupted within him. It felt like someone was seeing every aspect of him. They could see his karma, his fate, his reincarnations, and thus he instinctively felt immense crisis. All of a sudden, a host of chains appeared around Sir Starring, and the terrifying power of his quasi-immortal cultivation base erupted. He was about to launch an attack. Xu Qing closed his hand. Infinite timelessness. As the words echoed out and his hand closed into a fist, the various spacetimes that had appeared around Sir Starring rumbled loudly and unleashed an explosion of disorder. The explosions instantly reached a peak of intensity, transforming into a spacetime tempest. Xu Qing had used infinite timelessness before, but could only unleash disorder. But now, with command of his 9th extreme, things were different. Next, Xu Qing opened his fist and waved his hand, and the disorderly spacetime tempest swept about like an angry wave. And it engulfed Sir Starring and 9 of the versions of spacetime around him. 9 versions of Sir Starring were engulfed by the tempest, causing their fleshly bodies to wither up and eroding the chains of order around them. All of this seemed to indicate that all of those instances of order had become a thing of the past in the timescape. Of the 9 Sir Starrings, 3 screamed as their bodies collapsed into dust, leaving behind only immortal embryos. They wouldn't last for long, though, and were currently trembling violently. The other 6 versions found the spacetime around them crumbling. Their experience was affecting the real world, as Sir Starring was currently coughing up blood, and his body was withering. This was quasi-immortal battle prowess. It could influence immortal embryos. No matter how dazzling a cannon was, if it couldn't do anything to an immortal embryo, then it wasn't considered quasi-immortal battle prowess. Different cannons influenced things in different ways. In parallelism spacetime, the fluctuations were parallel overlapping universes. It required the destruction of multiple spacetimes to affect the real world. For example, if Li Mengtu were in this situation, then after his poison reached a certain level, his attacks would affect the body in the real world. It was the same with Sir Starring. That was especially true considering he had achieved a breakthrough and become a quasi-immortal. Although it wasn't the perfect breakthrough from what he could tell, his battle prowess was definitely extraordinary. He couldn't see other spacetimes, but he could sense that his immortal embryo was being damaged, and he had to launch a counterattack. Countless chains of order whipped out, glowing with golden light, and they quickly converged into a tool. It was a scale. On one side was Sir Starring, while on the other side was Xu Qing. Above order there was balance. The moment it appeared, there was an instant, mysterious connection. When that connection occurred, the intangible tempest Xu Qing had summoned weighed down on the scale, causing it to become unbalanced. Because of the imbalance, a majestic force swept out of the void, landing on Sir Starring, gathering, becoming more boundless, until balance was restored. It was like he was borrowing power. When Sir Starring became a quasi-immortal, his cannon transformed. The stronger his enemy was, the more outside power he could borrow, and it would eventually turn into a majestic, crushing force. This cannon caused Xu Qing's eyes to glitter. Interesting. I guess we'll have to see who reaches their limit first, you or me. Inside of himself, he plucked at his 9th extreme like a string on a musical instrument. The infinite timelessness caused by the spacetime tempest surged toward the rest of Sir Starring's spacetimes. In the blink of an eye, it devoured 11 of them, then 12, 13, 14. An imbalance resulted, only to be followed by another balance. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed, and the tempest raged. 18 spacetimes had now been swept up. He was definitely using this fight to hone his cannon. Sir Starring eventually reached his limit when Xu Qing had swept up the 21st spacetime. At that point, the scale collapsed into nothing. Xu Qing stood. 21 spacetimes wasn't his limit. He could now see that if he fully unleashed his 9th extreme, he could cause fluctuations in spacetime that would reach the level of about 50. Sir Starring was coughing up blood like mad, and his immortal embryo was covered in wounds. He staggered backward. Inside, he was full of many complicated thoughts. He knew that he was in a disadvantageous position now. For one thing, his opponent's cannon was too strong, but also he had not achieved a perfect breakthrough. Xu Qing, you're definitely strong, but you have one obvious weakness. Your immortal embryo is in the phase of illusory reality. Sir Starring lurched to a halt and looked up, his eyes full of killing intent. 1. Yu Liuchen talked about true gods coming back in Chapter 998. Chapter 1183, Undying Spacetime. Outside of the Immortal Palace, and beyond the 5th star ring's western region, was the Eastern Planetary System. At the highest point, there was a collection of 1 million pagodas. Even viewed from a distance, the pagodas seemed to go on forever. The pagodas glittered as if with starlight, and were organized in such a way that they apparently corresponded to actual heavenly bodies in the starry sky. What was more, all of the pagodas were connected to each other by a network of chains that represented order. Located in the very middle of the 1 million pagodas, there was one specific pagoda that was taller than all the others, whose radiant starlight illuminated the sky overhead. This was one of the most prominent pagodas in the entire star ring. An old man in a Taoist robe stood in that pagoda, his hands clasped behind his back as he stared off in the direction of the west. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being, with flowing white hair and eyes that seemed to contain the cyclings of the universe itself. He was none other than the pagoda lord of the Star Ring Pagoda, and he was the lower immortal who was entrusted with guarding the east. He was also Sir Starring's master. Sir Starring is fated to endure the Sun Lord tribulation. That type of tribulation didn't exist in the past, but a few years ago, it suddenly appeared. Like the sudden arrival of an assassin, it restrains the fate of the Sun Lord. If he passes the tribulation, he will achieve the Tao of the great rising sun of the east. The old man performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, and then his eyes glittered. If there are no twists and turns during the tribulation, then how could good fortune spring from extreme adversity? Sir Starring must accept the tribulation. Tribulation had come. In the Immortal Palace's 5th world, Sir Starring shook from head to toe. His 5 yin organs and 6 yang organs were in chaos. Coughing up a massive mouthful of blood, he staggered backward 7 paces. Every step he took caused starlight to glitter around him. Within him, determination surged. He was Sir Starring, the #1 chosen in the Eastern Planetary System. And he was publicly recognized to be #1 in his generation in the entire 5th star ring. It was correct to say that he had lived a life of brilliance and glory. Whether because of his family background or his success in cultivation, he was a superstar. His master had arranged for him to inherit the Star Ring name from the Star Ring Pagoda, all to further his Tao. And his master had also arranged for Sir Vilespirit and Zhou Jingli to be whetstones for him to hone his abilities. Before meeting Xu Qing, his fate, his destiny, and his path had all been unobstructed. He didn't have any misfortune to deal with, but then he met Xu Qing and had been stymied at every turn. It was the case with his attempt to maintain order in the 4th world, as well as his attempted breakthrough in the 5th world. In fact, it had reached the point where he was starting to think that all of it had been foreordained. And yet, even as that feeling rose within him, Sir Starring's eyes glittered with cold light, all as a sharp blade within him cut away such thoughts. smashed any barriers, and destroyed thoughts of foreordination. I'm in control of my life, he thought. He looked at Xu Qing, and the aura of a quasi-immortal built within him. The power of a grand emperor surged as countless chains appeared out of nowhere all around him. The sense of order was inimitably intense. He still had one move left. The moment he stepped into the quasi-immortal level, he gained enlightenment of the balance that came when he upgraded his canon of order. And during that process, he had extracted something from within his life force. It was a measure of law. And that law had a name. Heaven's principle, Sir Starring said, reaching out with his right hand and making a grasping gesture. When he spoke, his words resonated like the sounds of heaven. Come here, one. A ripple spread through the fifth world as Xu Qing took a step forward, then stopped in place, his eyes gleaming. He had just sensed that there was something different about Sir Starring compared to earlier. Earlier, he had perceived Sir Starring with great clarity, but now he was blurry. And it wasn't just Sir Starring himself, but also the space-time surrounding him. His past, present, and future, as well as all of his parallels, all became blurry at the same time. A sense of great danger erupted inside Xu Qing, and the source was Sir Starring's invisible hand. Astonishingly, there was a mote in that hand, something that resembled a speck of dust. The moment Xu Qing spotted it, his heart raced. He suddenly had the sense that he was facing the entire starry sky. It could not be defied or seized. The quasi-immortal Grand Emperors, who were watching the events play out, were visibly taken aback. Is that Heaven's principle? Very impressive of Sir Starring. The canon of order could be upgraded to balance. By commanding the canon of balance, Sir Starring could walk the path of the quasi-immortal. But after breaking out of quasi-immortal and stepping into lower immortal, balance wouldn't be enough. Sir Starring would need to push his canon of order to the highest peak. After balance came Heaven's principle. However, it shouldn't have been possible for Sir Starring to gain sufficient enlightenment of his canon to push it to the level of Heaven's principle. Normally speaking, he would seek enlightenment during the process of transforming his immortal embryo into a mature immortal. It wouldn't be until the very end that he would have a portion of Heaven's principle. That was when he would become a lower immortal. That was the path he should tread going forward. He shouldn't have been able to do it now, but he was the #1 shining star. What was more, he was the only one of the shining stars who had not relied on the senior generation to provide his canon. He had relied only on himself to become the most astounding chosen of the generation. And thus, though seeking Heaven's principle had been difficult, in the moment of his cultivation base breakthrough, he had extracted a mote of Heaven's principle. That mote was the source of the danger Xu Qing sensed. Sir Starring waved his hand, and the mote descended. An unstoppable force bore down on Xu Qing. This mote of Heaven's principle could bury all things. It could reject your ability to even exist. Xu Qing's pupils constricted, and the sense of danger within him grew to an incredible level. However, there was no time to formulate a complicated plan. As the mote descended, it entered Xu Qing's world and appeared in front of him. It looked like a mote of dust, but it was almost infinitely heavy, and nothing Xu Qing did would enable him to defend against it. Rumbling sounds filled his mind. His fleshly body, unable to sustain the force, began to crumble. The same thing happened to his soul as the mote continued to fall. Xu Qing struggled to breathe as a sensation of impending death swept over him like tide waters. There was no time for thought or planning. Lunging backward, he left the fifth world, and in fact, he left the immortal palace entirely. When he reappeared, he was out on the fallen immortal moors. And yet, he was still sinking into death. His life was still draining away. His fleshly body couldn't last any longer, and it exploded. He existed only in drifting soul form as he shot across the fallen immortal moors along with his cannon. Unfortunately, Heaven's principle just couldn't be stopped. An instant later, Xu Qing's soul exploded. As it dissipated, he bitterly thought about the life he had lived, and he thought about how things had gone so poorly in the fourth world. But at least working together with Sir Starring, he had managed to maintain order. And that had earned him the right to enter the fifth world. Unfortunately, The destined opportunity he had encountered in the fifth world gave him no choice. Sir Star Ring, who he had considered a friend, ultimately became his greatest enemy. That was fate. Xu Qing sighed and dispersed into nothing. The space-time around him crumbled before being erased out of existence. Astonishingly, as that space-time collapsed, another Xu Qing appeared in the Immortal Palace's fifth world, and he was currently falling back at high speed. There was still a moat falling down toward him. In the end, he was destroyed in body and soul. Yet the battle still went on. A third Xu Qing appeared, also falling back. As these scenes played out, the quasi-immortal Grand Emperors who were watching the fight reacted with strange expressions. This person has space-time cannon. He's taken his space-time cannon to such a high level that it's manifesting as law. He's using space-time selves to substitute for his true body in death. As they saw Sir Star Ring's moat falling, and Xu Qing using substitutions to meet it, something astonishing suddenly happened. A host of space-time fluctuations suddenly appeared, along with numerous instances of different space-times. And all of those space-times began to eat away at the moat of Heaven's principle. In the blink of an eye, 3 space-times collapsed. After that, 7 of them collapsed. Next, a total of 20 collapsed. As one space-time after another collapsed, the moat of Heaven's principle got lighter and lighter. It got blurrier and blurrier. Finally, after 46 space-times had been destroyed, the moat collapsed into ashes. The remaining space-times glittered, and within one of them, Xu Qing looked up at Sir Star Ring, his eyes shining. This Heaven's principle is very impressive. His heart was already starting to pound from the thought of it. A bitter look appeared on Sir Star Ring's face as he heard Xu Qing's words. He was currently looking at the area surrounding his opponent. Endless space-time fluctuations rolled out. He had no idea how many space-times there were, so he had no idea of what limits his opponent had. What was more, he had no way to know who he was talking to. Was it someone from a different space-time, or was it his true body? This was the canon of parallelism. The magic of overlapping universes ensured that whenever Xu Qing faced an opponent, he could use a version of himself from another space-time to substitute for him in death. In theory, he could do it endlessly, but in reality, he had a limit. He was hindered because of his immortal embryo, as well as his opponent's command of canon. Because of that, he couldn't go past 54 right now. What was more, there were downsides to his death substitution magic. The versions of himself from other spacetimes were actually connected to his true self. They were like secondary versions, and therefore, when they died, it did have an effect on his true body in the real world. He could deal with those effects, and they wouldn't do anything to his foundation. But what it meant was that the key to killing Xu Qing was to destroy all of the spacetimes he was using and kill all of the spacetime selves. Only then could an opponent truly put an end to Xu Qing. Speaking calmly from within that instance of spacetime, Xu Qing said, "What I'm wondering now is if killing you would allow me to extract that mote of Heaven's principle from your life force." He extended his hand, and astonishingly, an overflow of sword will spilled out, transforming into the Emperor's sword. I wasn't just a single version of the Emperor's sword. All of the Xu Qing, in the other surrounding spacetimes, also extended their hands and summoned the sword. Then all of them slashed forth. It was impossible to tell which of them was in the real world, and it wasn't possible to identify which stream of sword energy was real and which was illusory. The streams of sword energy slashed out of their respective spacetimes, then converged in the fifth world, forming an astonishing and deadly sword that shot toward Sir Star Ring. In the blink of an eye, they slashed right through him. After going through him, the remaining sword energy tore open a huge hole in the air behind him. As for Sir Star Ring, he shivered from head to toe, and then his body collapsed and turned into ashes. All of the spacetimes began to vanish, and all the other versions of Xu Qing, including the one who had just been speaking, blurred. That was when the real Xu Qing stepped out of the depths of one of the spacetimes and hovered in front of the spot where Sir Star Ring had died. His gaze hardened. He did not sense any change to his immortal capital permission medallion. Not dead. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed, yet he didn't look very surprised. This was the #1 shining star, and he had just experienced a breakthrough. It was no stretch of the imagination to assume he would have astonishing life-saving abilities. But I still want that mode of heaven's principle. He reached out and made a grasping motion backed by space-time. The spot where Sir Star Ring had died rippled, and then a stream of energy flew from it into Xu Qing's hand. It was a scrap of energy, evidence left behind by Sir Star Ring that could be used to track him. After taking a moment to study it, Xu Qing's eyes flashed coldly. He's not far off. 1. The term heaven's principle, or perhaps heavenly principles, is a real-life term used by Neo-Confucian philosophers to explain the universe. Another dictionary definition is natural order, and I was even tempted to translate it as that. Considering that Sir Star Ring was on the side of order, it makes sense. However, the characters are completely different from those I've been translating as order, and I don't want to create a false character connection. So I will stick with Heaven's Principle. Chapter 1184, the #1 shining star Xu Qing. Sir Star Ring really wasn't very far away. The moment Xu Qing cut down Sir Star Ring in the fifth world, a blurry figure appeared at the entrance of the Immortal Palace, right past the Immortal Foyer. This was one of the 3 paths leading to the Immortal Palace. Back at the beginning of the event, Xu Qing had looked at this location and just barely seen the bridge in the mist. The mist was currently seething as the figure staggered back from that spot and onto the Immortal Foyer. Staggering, he coughed up a massive mouthful of blood onto the limestone. His chest heaved as he struggled to breathe. He looked like someone who had just barely escaped from catastrophe with his life. He was none other than Sir Star Ring. His aura was in shambles, and he looked extremely weak. In fact, it seemed that nearly half of his body existed in a state between real and illusory. Xu Qing! Sir Star Ring's expression was grim as he sped toward the exit. He was leaving the Immortal Palace. The moment he appeared in the fallen Immortal Moors, he saw a host of people seated cross-legged in the area. Glancing at them, he spotted Li Mengtu as well as Zhou Jingli. The seated cultivators sensed his gaze. That was especially true of Li Mengtu and Zhou Jingli, who looked up at him. Li Mengtu's gaze hardened. Zhou Jingli looked thoughtful. Sir Star Ring didn't hesitate for an instant. He walked out, flew up into the air, and raced toward the horizon. He held nothing back in terms of speed. When he reached the border of the fallen Immortal Moors, he turned to look back at the Immortal Palace. His body was already reverting from its state of half illusory into being fully real. That was the result of the life-saving skill he had used, which was a secret magic of the Star Ring Pagoda. By sacrificing some of his Tao, he could create a version of the Star Ring Pagoda to substitute for him in death. In that way, he could avert deadly crises. Over the years, he had made 7 Star Ring Pagodas to serve in that capacity. I can't believe I had to waste one just now. When he thought back to what had played out in the fifth world, he felt fear inside of him, and had to admit that his opponent's understanding of canon surpassed his own by a lot. Whether in terms of deadliness or stealthiness, his canon is terrifying. If I want to crush him, I need to improve my own canon to the point of being able to destroy all of his spacetimes. Otherwise, it would be just too difficult to kill him. Unless... Sir Star Ring's eyes glittered. The only other option would be to figure out how to crush his true body with Heaven's Principle. His biggest weakness is definitely his true body. He has an imperial sovereign cultivation base, and his immortal embryo is still forming. That means that the best option is to figure out how to identify his true body amidst the various spacetimes. In other words, there definitely is a way to kill him. Ultimately, Sir Star Ring shook his head. Theories were, in the end, nothing but theories. Besides, Sir Star Ring knew that he wasn't in the position to succeed right now. He took a deep breath and then vanished into thin air. He had no idea of knowing whether his opponent would try to track him down, but he still felt a sensation of danger. He needed to get out of the Western planetary system as quickly as possible and get back to the East. Only there would he truly be safe. Meanwhile, in the Immortal Palace's fifth world, Xu Qing looked at the scrap of energy in his hand. After a moment, he squeezed it into another instance of space-time, then looked at the surrounding quasi-immortal Grand Emperors. Without a word, he took a step forward. He blurred, but then he reverted back to being clear. I can't get into the sixth world. Although he knew that no one with battle prowess weaker than a lower immortal was supposed to be able to get into the sixth world, he figured he might as well do a test. After confirming that he couldn't get into the sixth world, he took another step forward, but not to try to get into the sixth world. He was going back outside. He vanished, and when he reappeared, he was on the immortal foyer. At the moment, there are no more destined opportunities for me in the immortal palace. As he stood on the immortal foyer, he looked back at the immortal palace. A host of images played out in his memories. It was as if the river of time was rumbling past, sweeping up the sand from the bottom of the river. For a moment, Xu Qing felt like he could see a young man in white clothing. He stood at the very end of that river of the timescape, a marriage contract in his hand. Standing next to him was a young woman in a wedding dress. Both of them looked at him, smiled, and then held hands as they bowed to him. Their smiles contained indescribable reminiscence. Perhaps they were smiles of youth, or maybe they were smiles of bitterness or beauty or pain. The froth of the raging river filled the image. Xu Qing turned his head and saw himself standing at the end of the timescape river. He smiled and bowed. The wind and rain from yesterday echoed into today. The flowing river and the sand that glittered like starlight eventually dissipated. Xu Qing straightened from his bow, turned, and walked off of the immortal foyer and out of the exit. Out in the fallen immortal moors, he looked up into the sky and saw the crimson aurora. Because of the aurora, the scenery in the area was red, just like before. However, something about it seemed different now. In the past, it had been many-colored, but now it was just red. However, the light seemed to be gentler. It seemed to contain the love of a father. Xu Qing closed his eyes to experience the feeling. When he opened his eyes shortly after, he saw the crowd that was gathered outside the immortal palace. He saw Patriarch Dailing, Li Mengtu, Zhou Jingli, and other cultivators he recognized. Most of the people who had come out of the immortal palace had chosen to stay behind until the immortal palace event concluded. The receding of the spirit tide that would mark the end of the event would provide opportunities to further their cultivation and seek enlightenment. After all, most of them were only able to operate in the third world, and though most had benefited in some way, their gains were limited. Clearly, everyone present was hoping to benefit additionally, including Li Mengtu and Zhou Jingli. Li Mengtu had a complicated expression on his face, and it looked like he wanted to say something to Xu Qing. The events of the fourth world had affected him deeply, and at the moment, he wasn't sure if he was himself or Zhang Kai. Zhou Jingli looked a lot more calm and collected than Li Mengtu. He was not thinking about the reflected version of history and how it related to the real world. To him, the most important thing was to take advantage of the moment to continue his relationship with Xu Qing and make sure that it developed into the future. That was truer than ever, considering he had seen how badly Sir Starring was injured when he came out, and he had noted how Sir Starring fled so quickly. Therefore, when Xu Qing looked at him, he hurried forward. When he reached Xu Qing, he acted in the same manner he had in the fourth world. Bowing very respectfully, he said, "Young lord, congratulations on your cultivation breakthrough. In one fell swoop, you have become the #1 shining star." Xu Qing looked at Zhou Jingli. "This isn't the reflection of history." Zhou Jingli shook his head. "The person who won me over wasn't young Lord Aurora." Xu Qing looked deeply at Zhou Jingli. Meanwhile, Patriarch Dailing flew over, bowed deeply, and excitedly said, "Welcome back, Senior. I was waiting in anxious anticipation this whole time. After all the kindness you showed me, I was very worried about your safety in the fourth world. Sadly, my cultivation base is too weak, so I couldn't go to the fourth world to help you. Now that you're back safely, I can finally rest at ease. Now I can see that you are truly a genius among geniuses, someone who plans out everything meticulously in advance. Presumably, you had already considered all of the challenges you would face in the fourth world, and thus I had to wait out here, wondering how things would turn out. Clearly, things went very smoothly for you. Finally, Senior, I would like to thank you for saving my life. Your actions in the Immortal Palace are going to make you extremely famous. Congratulations on the glory you will enjoy going forward as one of the shining stars. Off to the side, Zhou Jingli looked on with raised eyebrows. Even the shadow beneath Xu Qing's feet seemed shaken by Patriarch Diling's praise. Before anything else could happen, ripples flowed through the sky above. The crimson aurora glittered more brightly than ever, and thunderous sounds as if from beyond the heavens rang out. It wasn't just the sky over the Immortal Palace that was affected. The sky over the west filled with rumbling. The same happened in the east, south, and north. It was as if some enormous, invisible hand had lifted back the sky over the fifth star ring, revealing a huge starry sky. Some of the stars were bright, others were dim. And that was because each star corresponded to a specific cultivator in the fifth star ring. They were reflected versions of the immortal capital permission medallions. All of the cultivators in the fallen immortal moors looked up in surprise. They weren't the only ones. Vast numbers of cultivators throughout the fifth star ring also looked up. It was because... Zhou Jingli's eyes glittered as he said, "The third and final phase of the immortal capital's trial of the hunt is going to start." This phase was about fighting, and it was an elimination phase. The arrival of the third phase meant that the final rankings were going to be established. All cultivators with permission medallions found that their medallions were shining brightly. Xu Qing was no exception. At the same time, the sound of killing drums echoed through heaven and earth. The thumping was like heavenly thunder. The cultivators who had been working on their cultivation outside the Immortal Palace all got to their feet and began to leave. Zhou Jingli took a deep breath and bowed to Xu Qing again. "Young lord, it's a foregone conclusion that you'll make it to the Immortal Capital. But I have a lot of work to do if I want to catch up and make it there with you. Going forward, everyone with an Immortal Capital permission medallion needs to focus fully on the trial." With that, Zhou Jingli shot up into the starry sky above. Zhou Jingli was gone, as was almost everyone else. At that point, Li Mengtu finally approached. Sounding somewhat awkward, he said, When Hordeslayer and Rampart came out, they were both trying to flee faster than the other. But based on what I could sense, their auras weren't much different than they were in the fourth world. I suspect the events there affected them out here in the real world. As for me, I've experienced some changes to my canon. I never saw Sir Vilespirit. I think he was one of the first to come out and he left immediately. Yuan Su had a strange look on her face when she left. I have to go do some training. I definitely need to improve my permission medallion ranking. Young L, would you like to come along? Xu Qing smiled and shook his head. Lifting his hand, he revealed the swirling scrap of Sir Star Ring's energy. Li Mengtu's gaze hardened. "Are you going?" "Sir Star Ring has something of mine. I'm going to go retrieve it." With that, Xu Qing shot toward the horizon. Chapter 1185, A Gift at the God Blood River. The spirit tide in the fallen immortal moors had not yet fully disappeared. And that was because the good fortune and destined opportunities of the Immortal Palace were not over. It was only over for the first 5 worlds. The quasi-immortals were still attempting to get into the 6th world. Therefore, when Xu Qing reached the horizon, he hovered in the air looking back at the Immortal Palace. He could just barely make out a sound like crashing waves. A tremor passed through him. Because of his ownership of the Immortal Palace, he knew what had just happened. Someone just entered the 6th world. His eyes glittered brightly. Only someone with lower immortal battle prowess could step into the 6th world. There were destined opportunities for lower immortals in the Immortal Palace. Either some unknown lower immortal got into the Immortal Palace, or one of the quasi-immortals experienced a breakthrough. It's too bad that, though I own the Immortal Palace, my cultivation base limits me, and my canon isn't sufficient. I really have no way to get into the 6th world. He shook his head sadly, but at the same time, wasn't anxious. Now that he owned the place, all he had to do was wait until he did qualify, and he could come back and enter. Once my immortal embryo is complete, and I've gained enlightenment of my 10th extreme, I can return. I wonder what the sixth world is like. Taking a deep breath, he shot off into the distance. Soon he was outside of the fallen immortal moors. The star chart in the sky that showed all the immortal capital permission medallions was gone. The crimson aurora was back. However, because the third round of the trial had begun, cultivators with permission medallions could now sense each other even more keenly than before. What was more, it was now possible to access the star chart in the permission medallion at any time. It was now the perfect time to fight and rob others. That was why the third round was such a brutal affair. Of course, there were ways of masking one's permission medallion, though not many people knew how. Clearly, Sir Star Ring was one of them. Xu Qing found that out quickly when he sent his divine will into the medallion and couldn't find the star representing Sir Star Ring anywhere on the star chart. It actually wasn't a big surprise to him. Sir Star Ring wouldn't make a mistake as obvious as that. Xu Qing, meanwhile, could use the aura of the violet crystal to cover his permission medallion and keep it hidden. That would ensure that things would go smoothly. And now to start tracking him down. Xu Qing's eyes glittered. He lifted his hand, and the scrap of Sir Star Ring's energy that Xu Qing had extracted from spacetime appeared. It seemed to pulse as he absorbed it into his divine will. A moment later, he knew which direction to go in, and he flew off. Time went by. Xu Qing could move very quickly. Unfortunately, so could Sir Star Ring. Sir Star Ring's cultivation base surpassed Xu Qing. However, using his substitution's secret magic to avoid death had weakened him. As a result, Sir Star Ring was limited, and couldn't put very much distance between himself and Xu Qing. Nor could he prevent Xu Qing from locking onto him and tracking him down. Thus, 3 days passed. As Xu Qing continued his pursuit, a majestic desert eventually appeared within his senses. It was the Desert of Time. This was his third time seeing this desert. The first was when he had been traveling with Yunmen Qianfen. The second time was in the reflection of history, when he was with immortal Lord Aurora. This was his third time. Xu Qing landed at the edge of the desert, his heart astir as he stared at it for a short time. Then he walked inside. The sandy wind screamed along, as if it were telling an ancient story. The sand churned as if it were preparing to open the curtain. As Xu Qing walked through the desert, he could sense the spacetime fluctuations and could hear the story being told. He proceeded on his way. His cannon was now advanced enough that he could clearly see the spacetime in the desert. In fact, he was easily able to find the exact spot that immortal Lord Aurora had taken him to. He stopped walking. He gazed about. In the reflected history he had experienced, this place had once been the location of a beautiful, colorful sea of flowers. The flowers looked like dancing butterflies, or perhaps like graceful immortal cranes, and every single one exuded a fragrance like perfume. They had been planted personally by immortal Lord Aurora. It was because his wife had loved orchids. On this very spot, immortal Lord Aurora had told his son that he should come back every year to plant more flowers. Eventually, the entire Desert of Time would become a sea of flowers. But now, Xu Qing saw no life here. The sea of flowers had long since ceased to exist. Yet Xu Qing smiled. And that was because he saw more than the lack of life. Right in the middle of the spot where the sea of flowers had long since withered away, he could see 2 little flowers that had been planted recently. The 2 little flowers were alive and growing. They swayed in the wind, and when they rubbed against each other, they let off a fragrant aroma. Xu Qing could envision young Lord Aurora and immortal fairy spirit Phoenix, right here, planting the 2 flowers. And he could hear the voice of immortal Lord Aurora echoing out of the reflection of history and drifting along with the wind into Xu Qing's ears. Remember to come back here every year and plant some more orchids for your mother. Let's make sure this place always stays a sea of flowers. Xu Qing squatted down, extracted a flower seed from space-time and planted it. He bowed. He was certain that more flowers would appear in the years to come. And eventually, the sea of flowers would come back, and the Desert of Time would become the flower sea of time. The gentle light from the crimson aurora shone down onto the orchids. The light from above wasn't golden like it had been when Xu Qing visited as young Lord Aurora, but there was still a dreamlike romance to the place. And there was a fragrance that lingered on Xu Qing. Perhaps that fragrance provided a blessing, because only 3 days after leaving the desert, Xu Qing found a cave in the wilderness where the wounded Sir Star Ring was hiding. Sir Star Ring was hurt so badly that he couldn't keep up a sustained flight from Xu Qing. He had eventually been forced to hole up in this place, surrounded by protective spell formations and focus on healing. Sadly for him, Xu Qing showed up and interrupted him, and thus fighting broke out in the wilderness. Xu Qing had been able to kill Sir Star Ring even when he was at his peak, so there was little need to mention how it turned out now that Sir Star Ring was so badly wounded. The fight was quick and violent. It didn't last long, and it ended with Sir Star Ring dying a second time. But this time, it caused Xu Qing to frown deeply as he looked at the spot where Sir Star Ring was crumbling into ashes. He came here and purposely waited to die. He wanted to use this opportunity to prevent me from tracking him. The energy Xu Qing had taken from him was now gone, and there was nothing left in space-time for him to make up for it. He now had no way to lock onto Sir Star Ring and no way to track him down. Well, that's just what I would expect of the #1 shining star. Despite the predicament he's in, he managed to shake my pursuit. Xu Qing looked off into the distance. However, he still needs to get back to the east, and if he wants to leave the Western planetary system, he can pick from different paths. But there's only one that could be considered the safest. Xu Qing's eyes glittered as he looked in the direction of the God Blood River. One of the unique things about the God Blood River were the ferry pilots. If you could get onto a ferry boat, then according to the rules of the ferry pilots, you were completely and utterly safe. And the person responsible for your safety was the ferry pilot. It didn't matter who was chasing you. Once you were under the protection of a ferry pilot, no one could do anything to you. At the same time, you could use the time spent on the journey to focus on healing and recovery. For the most part, it was only possible to cross the river 3 times in your life. For the majority of cultivators, crossing 1 or 2 times was the limit of what they could accept. If I can realize that, so can others. After some thought, Xu Qing started moving in the direction of the God Blood River. One reason was that he was convinced Sir Star Ring was going in the same direction. Since he had lost track of his quarry, it seemed logical to try to intercept him. If it didn't work, he would just have to wait until later to kill him. They would definitely run into each other eventually. Another reason he wanted to go to the God Blood River was that immortal fairy spirit Phoenix had mentioned leaving a gift for him there. Xu Qing had some speculations about what that gift was, but he wasn't completely sure. If I'm right about the gift, it'll be kind of funny if Sir Star Ring actually does choose the river. With his decision made, he sped off into the distance. Half a month passed. Soon Xu Qing arrived at the banks of the God Blood River. The God Blood River was very long, but there was actually only one spot on this branch of it where you could board a ferry boat. For eons, the banks of the river had been in contact with the water, and thus, the river banks were as red as blood. It was for the same reason that the wooden pier was also red and corroded. The wind itself sounded like moaning ghosts that could shake one down to the soul. Xu Qing walked down the crimson river bank and onto the rickety pier. He heard the sound of the wind and smelled the blood on the air. The river looked like a huge sea of blood. It wasn't possible to see the other side of the river. All he could see was endless waves and the river glittering beneath the light of the aurora. Beneath the crimson sky, and surrounded by what sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves, an ancient, pitch-black boat floated across the ghastly river of blood toward him. The seething river became calm for the boat. The raging wind became docile. It approached as silently as an evil ghost. It neared the pier and neared Xu Qing. It was a lone ferry boat, and in the ferry boat there was no ferry pilot. There was only a woven rush raincoat, a bamboo hat, and a jade slip. When Xu Qing looked at the jade slip, it shattered, and the voice of immortal fairy spirit Phoenix filled the area. "This is my gift to you. There is no karma. there are no restrictions. I have already severed all the karma and removed all the restrictions. I've also assumed responsibility for the ferry pilot mission. This ferry boat was constructed personally by my father, and it belongs to you. With it, you can cross the river without giving up any longevity. 1186. Accepting tribulation. The god blood river was made from the blood of all the gods that had been killed in the 5th star ring. It contained the blood of godfire gods, altar gods, and even quite a few true gods. There were even multiple god lords whose blood ended up in the river. Thus, it was no surprise that the river had very intense mutagen levels, as well as an intense aura of death filled with the rage of gods. The banks of the river suppressed all of that with magical barriers. As a result, the mutagen and rancorous energy couldn't really spread out into the world. However, cultivators who entered the water would be infected. If the body and soul were contaminated, then the karma of gods could cause major problems down the line. It was only quasi-immortal grand emperors who qualified to cross the river without using a ferry boat. Of course, just because they qualified didn't mean that they would take the risk. The risk was twofold. One part was the possibility of getting contaminated by the mutagen in the river. The other was because there were grooves in the river. Over the countless years that had passed, it was impossible to count how many dead gods had contributed to the river, and as such, no one really knew what vile, godlike beings or terrifying entities might exist there. That was why even quasi-immortal grand emperors would be very careful if they had to cross the river. And unless there was some dire reason, they simply wouldn't do it on their own. It was almost always best to use a ferry boat, and that was where the ferry pilots came into the picture. Though it seemed like they merely ferried people across the river, the reality was that they also had the job of patrolling the river. The ferry boats were their main tools. Each boat was a precious treasure specifically designed to deal with gods. Thus, it was only natural that they would be able to suppress the aura on the river. Because of how they operated the boats, patrolled the river, and dealt with the godly entities, the ferry pilots were obviously an integral part of the river. Their work was also part of what they did to atone for the crimes they had committed. The boat that came to Xu Qing was a gift to him from immortal fairy spirit Phoenix, and it had been specially crafted for her by her father, immortal Lord Nineshores. Xu Qing looked at the boat, his eyes gleaming. He knew full well why immortal fairy spirit Phoenix had given him this boat. It gives me an avenue of retreat. The ferry boat gave him a new identity, as a ferry boat operator and someone atoning for crimes. Although he was not a ferry pilot, if he ever did commit some big crimes in the 5th star ring. Well, this ferry boat crafted by immortal Lord Nineshores would definitely provide him an avenue of retreat that he could use to save his own life. After some thought, Xu Qing took a deep breath and bowed deeply to the dome of heaven. Walking forward, he stepped onto the ferry boat. The moment he did, the boat trembled, and a black energy swept out to cover Xu Qing. After enough time had passed for an incense stick to burn, he and the boat had become one. He put on the woven rush raincoat and the bamboo hat. He sat down cross-legged. An aura of time emanated from the raincoat and hat, which fused with the black energy and completely masked Xu Qing. From a distance, he looked exactly like a ferry pilot. There he remained in place, completely motionless. He was waiting to see if he really would be able to hook the fish he was after. At the same time, he studied the deepest structures and elements of the boat with his senses. Xu Qing, of course, was familiar with boats. 1. In that manner, time passed. 10 days. All of a sudden, an astonishing streak of light appeared on the horizon, which raced toward the shore. Within the light was a young man. His face was pale, and he looked very weak. He was none other than Sir Starring. He really had chosen to come to the god Blood River. There had been other options he could have picked from besides the river, but he had come to the conclusion that the god Blood River was the safest option. Thus, he came. As he neared, a sensation of safety and stability blossomed within him. That was especially true when he saw the ferry boat next to the shore. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. His long flight had left him weary in body, mind, and cultivation base. He had died twice, and though he had his star ring pagodas to substitute for him in death, Each time he woke up afterward, he was weaker. That was especially true considering he had died intentionally the second time. He had suspected that Xu Qing had some way to track him, so he had decided to pay the price of a life to sever any karma and wipe away any evidence that could be used to find him. He had paid a huge price just to be sure. 10 days had passed since then, and he had not yet fully recovered. Given the level of my cultivation base, I actually qualify to cross the river myself. But I'm very weak, so I couldn't resist the infection, and that's not to mention that I'm not strong enough to deal with any denizens of the river. Taking a ferry boat is the best option. Thankfully, I've never actually taken a ferry boat before. Without slowing down at all, he shot through the air until he appeared right on the little pier. With a single leap, he jumped onto the ferry boat. As soon as he was on board, he felt a sensation of ultimate safety covering him. He sighed, long and hard. He bowed respectfully to the figure clad in the rush raincoat and wide bamboo hat that sat in front of him, surrounded by swirling black energy. "Well met, Senior. Could you please cast off?" The figure in the rush raincoat didn't say anything, but the boat quickly slid away from the pier and started moving across the river of blood. It soon left the pier behind. They got so far along the river that the shore wasn't visible anymore. As the waves crashed and the mutagen-filled wind blew, Sir Star Ring gradually began to relax. Sitting down, he looked back at the Western planetary system, and his eyes flashed aggressively. "Xu Qing," he growled, "our fight is not over yet." "You got that right," said the figure in the raincoat. Stunned, Sir Star Ring slowly turned his head, his face falling and his eyes shining with incredulity. All of a sudden, his heart was racing. He shot to his feet. "Why your voice? Why you?" The figure in the raincoat took off his bamboo hat, and roiling black energy parted to reveal his face. "I've been waiting for you a while now." Sir Star Ring forgot all about the sound of the waves and wind. His mind filled with so much rumbling it was like the thunder of 10 million lightning bolts. He couldn't believe it. He wouldn't believe it. It seemed completely and utterly absurd. The person in front of him was Xu Qing. All of a sudden, he felt the same premonition he had felt during his long journey, that he was heading toward complete safety. Except, as the feeling occurred to him, he also heard a familiar old voice echoing in his mind. "Accept the tribulation." A month later, on the shore of the God Blood River in the southern planetary system, a battered black ferry boat quickly approached the pier. The only person to disembark was Xu Qing. It was just barely possible to see a mote orbiting around him. It was a mote of Heaven's principle, too. 1. Xu Qing got his first boat in Chapter 51. 2. I ran a poll a few months ago asking people to guess what magical item the MC gets. The correct answer is a piece of dust. What did people pick? Check it out here. Chapter 1187. There's nothing embarrassing about losing to him. Waves raced across the surface of the God Blood River, and the wind carried the stench of gore across the shore of the southern planetary system. It seemed connected to the blood-red aurora in the sky overhead. Within all of the redness was a ferry boat with no one on it, slowly drifting into the depths of the river, never to be seen again. Xu Qing stood on the pier, looking at the ferry boat disappearing into the distance. The gift from immortal fairy spirit Phoenix was not something he could take with him. It had to stay on the God Blood River. However, it would be waiting there for him if he ever called out to it. After a while, Xu Qing looked down at the mote floating above his palm. "Heaven's principle," he murmured. That was the item he had taken from Sir Star Ring's body after killing him. It seems like canon or law, but at the same time it doesn't. It's more like something that came out of imagination. It exists, but also doesn't exist. He looked at the mote thoughtfully. He had not absorbed it, as he intended to use it externally, and he had spent his time on the river studying it. As for Sir Star Ring, because of the unique properties of the God Blood River, whenever he came back to life after dying, he was still on the ferry boat, and he got weaker each time. All Xu Qing had to do was wait for him. After dying the 7th time, he was truly destroyed in body and soul. Although I did get Sir Star Ring's Immortal Capital Permission Medallion, his death served another purpose. After all, the fact that I was able to just sit around waiting for him to show up was a clue in and of itself. Xu Qing's eyes glittered as he put away the mote of Heaven's Principle, then walked off the pier. With the wind against his face, he proceeded into the southern planetary system. After a while, he ceased to mask his permission medallion, whereupon a terrifying stream of energy emerged from him, becoming a red pillar of light that shot up into the sky. When it reached the aurora above, it became a swirling vortex that was visible to the naked eye. Rumbling sounds echoed out as Xu Qing's aura surged to an astonishing level, causing everything around him to ripple and distort. Some of it came from him, but some came from the Immortal Capital Permission Medallion. As a result, the star chart in the sky over the south became clear and visible. Instantly, it was obvious that there were 3 stars in the south that were brighter than all the others. One belonged to Xu Qing, and the other 2 were the other 2 shining stars from the south. They were Jiang Fan and Yuanshan Su. Sir Star Ring obviously hadn't taken many other permission medallions. After killing him, my ranking only rose to 73. At least I'm in the top 100, though. Xu Qing was certainly surprised to find his ranking so low, although he had some ideas about the reason for it. It was most likely that Sir Star Ring had been focused on cultivation rather than going around collecting medallions. He had probably intended to focus on the medallions after he went to the Aurora Immortal Palace and became a quasi-immortal. Xu Qing looked up at the sky. Those 2 clearly did things differently than Sir Star Ring. They worked hard to collect medallions earlier, and they're continuing to do that now that we're in the 3rd round. There are 2 ways for 5th Star Ring cultivators to get into the Immortal Capital. One is by means of the trial of the hunt. As long as you can get into the top 100, you're almost certain to get in. The other way doesn't require participating in the trial. However, it's harder. After reaching quasi-immortal, you have to get to lower immortal within 500 years. Obviously, I'm not going to use that second method, and that means my only option is the first. Xu Qing's narrowed eyes gleamed. Getting into the top 100 virtually guarantees that you'll get to the Immortal Capital. However, your exact ranking determines the resources you're given when you arrive. Xu Qing was fully aware that, going forward, his cultivation focus wouldn't be just on improving his canon. He needed to acquire ring source. With enough ring source, I can form my immortal embryo more quickly. And ring source is also the key to fully completing my immortal embryo. This makes it obvious that my true goal is to take first place. I'll step into the Immortal Capital as the winner of the trial. Having made his decision, his aura surged, and he shot off into the distance. He appeared to be going in the direction of Grand Immortal Mountain. That was where one of the South's 2 shining stars called home, and that person was Jiang Fan. If I eliminate all of the other shining stars and take their permission medallions one by one, then I'll definitely be able to take first place. And I'll start with Li the Chosen. Xu Qing's eyes glittered as he raced toward Grand Immortal Mountain. 10 days later, he appeared in the central region of the southern planetary system. From a distance, he could see an endless mountain range filled with rising and falling mountains that numbered in the hundreds of thousands at the very least. The place was filled year-round with white mist that seemed filled with occasional drifting forms of immortal beings. Sometimes the wind would blow, thinning the mist and revealing spectacularly beautiful palaces and temples crafted from the finest jade. It really did seem like an immortal paradise. The immortal spirit energy here surpassed any other area in the south, as this place was the capital. This place was the main orthodox organization in the southern planetary system, Grand Immortal Mountain, and it was Jiang Fan's sect. Xu Qing did not just barge into the mountains. Though his battle prowess was considered incredible in his own generation, and he could even fight a quasi-immortal, the reality was that Grand Immortal Mountain had many quasi-immortals. There was even an aura that was far more terrifying than that. It was the might of a lower immortal. That said, according to the rules of the trial of the hunt, quasi-immortal Grand Emperors cannot participate or interfere. The same goes for lower immortals. This fight will be fair and above board. Xu Qing let his energy surge and unleash the aura of the permission medallion. Combined, it formed a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering battle spirit. It was also a battle challenge issued to Grand Immortal Mountain. "Will you fight me, Jiang Fan?" he said in a cold voice that thrummed with the desire to do battle. Numerous streams of divine will issued forth from Grand Immortal Mountain, locking onto Xu Qing to inspect him. Among those streams of divine will were several from quasi-immortals. None of them did anything to oppose him. Xu Qing had issued a challenge in a fair and honest way. There were countless people who could bear witness, and the rules set forth by the immortal capital were inviolable. This was the trial of the hunt, and it was a struggle to get to the immortal capital. Xu Qing's expression remained neutral as the divine will inspected him. He simply hovered in place as he waited for Jiang Fan's response. In a hall in Grand Immortal Mountain, Jiang Fan sat cross-legged and silent. He could sense Xu Qing's energy and had heard him clearly. He knew that Xu Qing was challenging him to fight. No one in the sect would push him to accept the challenge. If he wanted to, he could simply hide and refuse to fight. After all, he knew that he wasn't a match for Xu Qing. And yet, he rose to his feet, his eyes gleaming and his energy building. Then he walked out of the hall, whereupon he found someone standing outside. Jiang Fan ducked his head and bowed. "Master." Standing there was an impressive middle-aged man with handsome facial features and a robe embroidered with a cloud motif. In Grand Immortal Mountain, he ranked second only to Immortal Monarch Vastpeak. His name was Lan Yun, and he was Jiang Fan's master, 1. "You're not a match for him," Lan Yun said coolly. "Given your ranking, you can just stay here in the sect. When the third round is over, you'll definitely get into the immortal capital." Jiang Fan thought for a moment and then shook his head. "Master, I don't mind losing, and I won't refuse a challenge. Although it's very important to me to get to the immortal capital, shrinking from a fight is not something I'll ever do." With that, he bowed to his master, then floated up into the air and off Grand Immortal Mountain. Shortly after, he appeared in front of Xu Qing. When Jiang Fan looked at Xu Qing, he thought back to the fourth world of the Immortal Palace and everything that had played out there. Taking a deep breath, he waved his right hand. Using his cannon, he sent his immortal capital permission medallion flying off to the side. "Beat me, and you can have it." Jiang Fan began to power up, causing swirling mist to build up around him. It covered the area, and then spread out as if to weigh down on all creation, and it bore down on Xu Qing. Jiang Fan's cannon had clearly improved since his time in the Immortal Palace. The mist seemed mighty enough to devour anything in its path, and to cover over all things and beings. Xu Qing was quickly surrounded by it, and it began to permeate the spacetime around him. But then, before Jiang Fan could even launch an attack, he stopped in place, a bitter feeling rising in his heart. He could see that the sky, the land, and everything around him was filled with numerous instances of Xu Qing's spacetime. It was like looking at a kaleidoscope. Of those innumerable spacetimes, there was only one that had his mist in it. In all the others, Xu Qing was simply staring calmly at him. Then one version of Xu Qing walked over to him, reached out with his right hand, and patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder. There was nothing Jiang Fan could do to stop him. Rumbling sounds filled Jiang Fan, and a loud cracking sound rang out. That sound didn't come from the air or the ground, but rather the space-time he was in. There was no need for Xu Qing to do anything other than that. Walking past the immobilized Jiang Fan, he picked up the Immortal Capital Permission Medallion, then waved his hand to dispel all the space-time instances. He walked away without saying a word. On the highest peak of Grand Immortal Mountain, there was a holy throne in a hall filled with silver light. There was currently a performance going on including singing and dancing. Some sandalwood incense was burning, the smoke curling through the hall and making everything seem hazy and mysterious. Seated in the position of honor was an old man wearing a silver robe. He first understood space-time and then parallelism. While only an imperial sovereign, he developed canon befitting of a grand emperor. This kid is nothing short of spectacular. No wonder the immortal paragon has taken a liking to him. Jiang Fan hovered there quietly. He knew that he was no match for Xu Qing. But he hadn't realized that he was so far beneath Xu Qing that he couldn't even put up a fight. It filled him with bitterness. Some time passed. Whereupon his master, Lan Yun, stepped out of thin air. Hovering next to Jiang Fan, he looked at Xu Qing disappearing in the distance. "There's nothing embarrassing about losing to him," he said calmly. 1. Lan Yun was introduced in chapter 1100 and mentioned again in chapters 1102 and 1136. Immortal Monarch Vastpeak was introduced in chapter 1120. Chapter 1188, Talentless Hacks. The Immortal Capital's Trial of the Hunt was divided into 3 rounds. In the first round, a total of 10,000 permission medallions were distributed, and the countless cultivators in the 4 planetary systems would fight over them. That first round was brutal and involved a lot of medallions changing hands. That said, cultivators could choose whether or not to participate. Then came the second round, in which the 4 immortal monarchs would distribute their legacies for everyone to seek enlightenment of. The second round was an indication that the trial would soon speed up. During that round, cultivators with an advantage would get a big boost, while cultivators who had no advantage would be whittled out of the competition. The participants were still allowed to kill each other to take permission medallions during the second round, and at the same time could get stronger thanks to the legacies. The enticement of the legacies and the medallions made the second round very intense. Now the third round had come. This was the round in which the final eliminations and selections would take place. It was all about hunting down other participants and either killing them or robbing them of their medallions. By the time the third round ended, all of the previous fighting and killing ensured that there were far fewer than 10,000 cultivators with medallions. Only someone with complete canon could unfuse with their permission medallion. Those without complete canon could not get rid of their medallion unless they died first. When the Immortal Capital's Trial of the Hunt began, people who chose to participate knew there was no turning back. Either you got to the Immortal Capital, or you died trying and became fodder for other participants. If you got very, very lucky, you could theoretically lose your medallion and live to tell the tale, although that went against the spirit of the competition. Right now, it was a nearly daily occurrence in the southern planetary system for permission medallions to change hands. There were currently less than 500 medallions left. At that moment, the cultivators who had those medallions suddenly sensed something shocking, and they quickly took out their medallions to check the star chart. In the chart that showed the southern region, the star that represented Jiang Fan, which shone brightly at Grand Immortal Mountain, suddenly went dim. Its brightness was being gobbled up by another star. And then, that other star became brighter than all the other stars in the planetary system. The only star who could compare to it was a star in the Xianxia clan. All of the cultivators who had permission medallions were astonished. Jiang Fan was defeated. He's the top shining star in the south. Who could beat him? It was Xianxia Su. Don't tell me one of the shining stars from one of the other 3 planetary systems came over here. Then the cultivators witnessed something even more shocking, as the star that had just defeated Jiang Fan was now moving with astonishing speed in the direction of the Xianxia clan. Bedlam ensued in the Xianxia clan. They were the top clan in the south, and they had no shortage of powerful experts. But according to the rules of the Trial of the Hunt, none of those experts had the right to challenge the trial participants. As anxiety built in the clan, Xianxia Su walked out. Clad in a white gown, she stood atop Mount Skyspirit and looked off into the distance. Surrounding her were other clan cultivators, all with serious expressions on their faces. At first, she hadn't been completely certain who that third star on the star chart was. But after watching that star go to Grand Immortal Mountain and defeat Jiang Fan, she could guess who it was. There are only 2 people who could do that. The first would be Sir Star Ring, and the other is him. According to the news coming out of the east, Sir Star Ring already perished, and that makes it clear who this person is. She had a complicated expression on her face. When the events in the Fourth World came to a conclusion, she was one of the first people to leave the Immortal Palace. After returning to her clan, she had thought constantly about everything that happened in the Immortal Palace, and there was one person who occupied her thoughts more than anyone else. She had achieved her goal, benefited greatly, and improved her cultivation base a lot. But that person continued to weigh down on her with pressure like a mountain. It made things very complicated. After all, she had completed an official wedding ceremony with him. Though it had been a requirement in that reflection of history, the ramifications could still affect the real world. With such thoughts filling her mind, she looked at the sky as the wind wailed in the sky and churned the clouds. A person appeared on the horizon. He wore black garments and had long violet hair, and as he approached, it was like he was walking through waves of time itself. He was none other than Xu Qing. As he neared, the other cultivators of the Xianxia clan looked shocked. There were even some quasi-immortal patriarchs who unleashed their energy, causing the surroundings to ripple as if they were facing a major enemy. Xu Qing didn't pay any attention to the pressure weighing down on him. He simply proceeded, his expression neutral. He passed the Xianxia cultivators, ignored the gazes of the patriarchs, and landed on Mount Skyspirit in front of Xianxia Su. He extended his hand. "Hand it over," Xu Qing said quietly. He didn't say much, but he spoke in a way that indicated he wouldn't take no for an answer. Xianxia Su said nothing. The fluctuations from the surrounding patriarchs grew more intense, and their eyes were as cold as ice. But after a moment passed, Xianxia Su sighed. She reached up, and to the astonishment of the clan cultivators around her, she placed her palm onto her forehead. A popping sound rang out as she stripped her own immortal capital permission medallion outside of herself. With the wave of her hand, she sent the brightly shining medallion over to Xu Qing. It landed on his palm. Not even glancing at it, he gave Xianxia Su a meaningful look. Is there a third way to get to the immortal capital? The indifference with which Xianxia Su gave him the medallion led Xu Qing to the conclusion that there was likely another way to get to the immortal capital. "Yes," she said. "If I become a quasi-immortal during the trial, I can also go there. It's a special right given to the 8 shining stars." Xu Qing nodded. He could tell that Xianxia Su's aura was just on the verge of being that of a quasi-immortal. She had clearly benefited a lot in the Immortal Palace. However, that had nothing to do with him. He closed his fist over the medallion, and it disappeared. Dazzling light shone up from him and into the sky. A moment later, the star chart once again appeared overhead in the south. The star that represented Xu Qing was now brighter than all others, making it completely unique. He was number 1 in the south. Of course, his own permission medallion told him his rank in the 5th star ring as a whole. 5th. He didn't care who it was that ranked higher than him. If things went according to plan, then no one would be able to stop him from taking first. "Well then," he said, "see you at the immortal capital." With a final look at Xianxia Su, he turned and left. The Xianxia clan cultivators could do nothing but watch him go. Shortly after, the patriarchs landed on the ground next to her. Xianxia Su bowed her head. "I've let you down, patriarchs. I don't even qualify to make a move on him." A few breaths of time passed, whereupon one of the patriarchs sighed. "Sir, the truth is, not even we could be fully confident in beating him in a fight. How does he compare to Sir Star Ring?" Xianxia Su shook her head. "Sir Star Ring perished. Although I can't be sure if he's truly dead or not, I'm fairly certain he was the one who did it." The patriarchs all sighed. People like that sometimes don't come around for generations. Xianxia Su smiled. "It just makes things more interesting." In the northern planetary system of the 5th star ring was the Sword Immortal School. As an organization, it was very different from Grand Immortal Mountain in the south or the Starry Quarter in the east. The most orthodox organization in the north was built atop a gargantuan meteor. It was surrounded by a permanent tempest of sword energy, and the sound of swords rose up from it into the highest heavens. The meteor itself was shockingly large, like a mountain. If you stood at the bottom and looked up at it, you wouldn't even be able to see the top. There were various legends about where the rock came from. Some people said it wasn't native to the fifth star ring. They claimed it came from outside of the star ring, and that sword immortal Blue Mallard had acquired it, gained enlightenment from it, and used it to found the sect. Other people say that it was left over from the days when the starry sky of the fifth star ring was compacted to make the current geography. And there were many other stories, but the fact remained that the Sword Immortal School really was built on top of the gigantic meteor. On the exterior of the meteor, in the central square of the Sword Immortal School, Hordeslayer and Rampart were carefully erecting a host of warding spells. As they worked, they communicated via divine will. He puts her star ring to death. He took Jiangfan's medallion. That Shrew Yuanchen Su was the biggest pushover of them all. She didn't even try to fight. He's on his way here to the north right now. I have the feeling he's after more than just our medallions. You're right, he wants to subjugate us. Being forced to bond with him in the fourth world was the biggest humiliation imaginable. We can't let this matter drop. So the plan is to make him pay as soon as he shows up. Gritting their teeth, they continued setting up all sorts of warding spells as fast as they could. A few days later, they finally breathed sighs of relief and sat down cross-legged. Now we just wait. Above them, in the sky over the Sword Immortal School, a person rested within the endless tempest of sword energy. He wore blue clothing and had gray hair. Orbiting around him was an ancient blue sword. The sword's name was Blue Mallard, and as a result, he was known as Sword Immortal Blue Mallard. As he rested within the sword energy, he sipped alcohol and looked down at his two apprentices. A moment later, he sighed. I was so blind back then. Why did I pick these two talentless hacks as apprentices? They can't even beat him 2 versus 1. They have to set up warding spells as well. And they're planning an ambush. One Sword Immortal Blue Mallard first appeared in Chapter 1120. Chapter 1189, A Ruthless Trap. The fifth star ring was divided into east, west, south, and north. The north there was unlike the north in the revered ancient mainland. There was no snow in the northern planetary system. It was quite the opposite. Most locations there were very hot. Of course, when big events played out that got all the cultivators in the north talking, then it wasn't just the weather that heated up. In a small town not far from the Sword Immortal School, a local tea house buzzed with conversation. This area has become one of the busiest locations imaginable recently. The big sects, clans, and tribes have all sent direct bloodline elites and core disciples here. The 2 shining stars from the Sword Immortal School achieved major success in the Tao of the Sword. It's only natural that the North is all stirred up because of the upcoming sword activation ceremony. They're the most dazzling chosen in the North. All cultivators of this generation basically worship them. The sword activation ceremony is definitely going to be watched by everybody. Seems to me that their trip to the fallen immortal Moors was really a success. They made some shocking gains. I heard that when they were at the fallen immortal Moors, both of them managed to form immortal wills in their sword spirits. Everyone in the tea house was talking about Hordeslayer and Rampart. Xu Qing sat next to a window in the tea house, his expression neutral as he smelled the aroma of tea wafting up from his cup and listened to the chatter. Northern cultivators didn't usually drink alcohol. They were fonder of spirit tea. As a result, cities usually had a lot of tea houses. Those 2 swords are very interesting. Xu Qing took a sip of tea. There was something uniquely bitter in the tea, but when the tea passed along your tongue, it changed into something sweet. It was Xu Qing's 3rd day in the northern planetary system. Because of his lack of familiarity with the north, he had masked the aura of his permission medallion, thus removing himself from the star chart. It was only after arriving that he heard about the upcoming sword activation ceremony for Hordeslayer and Rampart. The ceremony was to start in 3 days and was supposed to last for 2 months. It would end at the same time as the third round of the trial of the hunt. Are they scared? Though news about what Xu Qing had done in the south had not spread very much, he was certain that Hordeslayer and Rampart knew about it. Why are they so confident that they'll be safe for the next 2 months during their ceremony? It can't be the sect. The trial rules prohibit that. They must have things set up as part of the ceremony. Or are they waiting for me to go find them? After some thought, Xu Qing finished the rest of his tea in one gulp. 3 days later, more and more cultivators were gathering around the meteor where the Sword Immortal School was located. All sorts of organizations from the north were present, and the atmosphere was very lively. Everyone was waiting for the ceremony. The atmosphere was similarly lively inside the Sword Immortal School. Whether it was cultivators who were members of the Sword Immortal School or representatives from other places, they were all gathered around the central square, chatting and laughing as they waited for the formalities to begin. Eventually, the auspicious hour arrived, and rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth. 2 astonishing beams of light rose up from the central square. They reached the aurora in the canopy of heaven, and crimson light spread out like a vast sea. 2 huge vortexes formed. As the rumbling sounds grew more intense, the meteor was affected and sent out streams of blue light. The blue light rose up and connected to the red above, and thus the entire Sword Immortal School was bathed in a combination of blue and red light. Everyone observing from outside the sect looked on intently. Everyone observing from inside the sect watched happily, their hearts filled with anticipation. However, as the crowds looked on and the sword energy raged, Hordeslayer and Rampart were feeling surprised. They were still communicating via projection. He didn't come after all. I thought for sure he would come before the ceremony, but as it turns out, he did. Don't tell me he's planning to show up during the actual ceremony. It doesn't matter. We're prepared. If he's so scared he doesn't come, then fine. But if he does show up, then today will be the day we get revenge. But what if we can't beat him? Then we just surrender. If that happens, we won't be the ones to lose face. It'll be Master. If he, an immortal monarch, can't even protect his 2 apprentices when they're in the middle of seeking enlightenment, then just imagine the humiliation he'll experience. You're right, brother. Hordeslayer and Rampart exchanged a look, and both could see the bravado in each other's eyes. Taking a deep breath, they each took a step forward and unleashed their sword energy. As they absorbed the blue and red light, 2 streams of immortal will surged within them. Astonishingly, 2 blurry swords appeared over their heads. The swords seemed extremely ancient, as if they contained an aura of time itself. The moment the swords appeared, they attracted the attention of everyone in the area. If any of the other shining stars were present, they would recognize the swords immediately. They were the very same immortal swords that had come out of the sword furnace in the 4th world. Next, the blue light and the light from the aurora acted like sharpening sand that flowed back and forth across the blurry immortal swords. It was as if the swords were being sharpened, causing their sword energy to grow stronger and more incisive. It was the same with the sword light. The ceremony involved this sharpening process going on for 2 months. During that time, the immortal swords would grow increasingly dazzling, and the sword will they emanated would provide the onlookers with a chance to seek enlightenment. Hordeslayer and Rampart sat there cross-legged, their eyes closed and their minds focused. Exclamations of admiration could be heard everywhere. All of the onlookers were paying very close attention. Meanwhile, in the sword pavilion elsewhere in the Sword Immortal School, someone was speaking sarcastically. Brother Blue, those 2 apprentices of yours are truly extraordinary. The speaker was a middle-aged man clad in red, who was currently watching the scene in the central square. Seated next to him was Sword Immortal Blue Mallard. At the moment, Sword Immortal Blue Mallard was shaking his head helplessly. Extraordinary, my ass. Those 2 are gutless cowards. I bet that if something goes wrong, they'll spout some bullshit excuse and blame me for everything. The man in red chuckled. Looking down into the crowd, he saw someone that seemed to both exist and not exist at the same time. It was correct to say that he didn't exist, because none of the other cultivators in the crowd seemed to notice him. But it was also correct to say that he existed, because there were certain people who could see him with absolute clarity. So they're scared of that guy? No wonder the immortal paragon has taken a liking to him. You know what? His canon reminds me of immortal Lord Aurora from back in the day. The man in red seemed wistful. Brother Blue, now that I think about it, weren't you the apprentice of the top-ranking true monarch from the Aurora Immortal Palace back then? Sword Immortal Blue Mallard sighed. Technically speaking, yes, but my master was cheap. He only came to see me a few times, and he never took me to the Immortal Palace. If he had, I'd be long gone, I guess. I guess it all comes down to karma, the man in red said softly. Sword Immortal Blue Mallard sighed again. You know what annoys me most about you? Yes. It's annoying that you always say what I'm about to say, before I say it. I said I know. Oh hey, that fellow is looking at us. Smiling, he pointed down. Down in the crowd in the Sword Immortal School, Xu Qing looked up at the tallest building present. He could just barely sense an aggressive aura there. Though he couldn't see who it came from, he could guess. After a moment of consideration, he clasped hands and bowed. Then he strode forward. He made his way through the crowd, across the square, and then flew right up to the two pillars of sword energy. He was now hovering right in front of the two immortal swords that were being sharpened. He waved his hand. That simple gesture caused the swords to vibrate. An instant later, to the absolute shock of the crowd, the swords seemed to seethe with excitement, and then they turned and shot toward Xu Qing. Hordeslayer and Rampart suddenly opened their eyes. They were instantly inclined to feel excited. But they quickly suppressed the sensation. He's here. Those are our swords. We have to go all out. Without any hesitation, and ignoring the fact that so many people were watching, Hordeslayer and Rampart both performed incantation gestures and then smacked their hands onto the ground. Numerous halos of light instantly rose up from the ground, hundreds of them, and each of them pulsing with terrifying mightiness. They all shot toward Xu Qing. Then Hordeslayer and Rampart shot to their feet, performed an incantation gesture, and grimly shouted, "Rising sword! Sword falls." A massive, illusory sword rose up from the square, shining with dazzling light and pulsing with magnificent sword energy. It instantly slashed upward toward Xu Qing. At the same time, a giant sword emerged from the sea of light and slashed toward Xu Qing from above. Things weren't over yet. As the hundreds of halos and double swords closed in on Xu Qing, Hordeslayer and Rampart moved as one, performing another incantation gesture, and then spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Meteor swords. The meteor that the Sword Immortal School was built on erupted with blue light, and within that light were thousands of long, blue swords, all of which shot toward Xu Qing and then started orbiting around him in a huge sword formation. That, combined with the halos and double swords, were bringing a torrent of death. These were the warding spells that Hordeslayer and Rampart had prepared to deal with Xu Qing. After doing all that in one short moment, their eyes shimmered with determination. With yet another incantation gesture, they blurred into motion, superimposing over each other as they fused into one. They became one person. Blood oozed out of their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. They drained their ring source, and they performed a double-handed incantation gesture and pointed toward the excited immortal swords orbiting around Xu Qing. 1. The two swords vibrated, and their excitement seemed to be quashed. Thrumming aggressively, they spun to point at Xu Qing. All of this takes a bit of time to describe, but it happened at the exact same moment that Xu Qing revealed himself. In response to all of that, Xu Qing's expression remained neutral. He waved his hand, and a mote like a piece of dust flew out. It began to fall. The sky rumbled. Heaven and earth shook. The air trembled. Space-time oscillated. It was a mote of heaven's principle. 1. Although it says they became one person, the author then goes on to refrain from using pronouns at all, which is easy to do in Chinese. In other words, he doesn't call the fused version he or them. He just uses their names. This continues into the next chapter. Unfortunately, that gets clunky real fast in English, especially in a fight scene, so I'm just going to refer to them with plural pronouns. It's not as if they became a new individual entity when they fused. They're just occupying the same body, or something like that. Chapter 1190, Brothers Act in Unison. The moment that dust mote appeared, the heaven and earth of the Sword Immortal school began to shake. A terrifying pressure began to weigh down, like the might of heaven itself. The world stilted. The air shattered. The countless cultivators present were all reacting with visible shock. In fact, they were so terrified that they immediately turned and fled. In the face of that mote, all things and beings had no choice but to flee. It could not be defied. After order came balance, and from that came this, which was part of the power of an immortal. The former #1 shining star, Sir Starring, had relied on a lifetime of resources and destined opportunities, as well as reserve powers from the Star Ring Pagoda, to acquire this precious treasure at the moment he became a quasi-immortal. You could even call it a corroboration of Sir Star Ring's Tao of Immortals. There weren't even enough words to describe its grandeur. As it fell, it was only natural for dramatic things to happen. All onlookers felt like they were looking at an entire starry sky. That was especially true considering that nothing like it had ever appeared in the north before. Actually, the only people who had ever seen it were the quasi-immortals in the fifth world of the Immortal Palace, who had witnessed the fight between Xu Qing and Sir Star Ring. But now it was here in the north, at the Sword Immortal School, right above Hordeslayer and Rampart. And thus, it was an absolutely astonishing development that shook everyone down to their soul. That was particularly true of Hordeslayer and Rampart. All of their advance preparations were child's play. The trap they had laid was nothing more than a joke. The two enormous swords that had appeared, one above and one below, couldn't continue to exist. Their sword might was broken. The swords trembled and emitted sounds that resembled wailing. After that, the two enormous swords crumbled into pieces. The cloud of thousands of storms whipping around Xu Qing also collapsed. When facing a mote of heaven's principle, sword energy ceased and sword light went dim. The tempest of swords disappeared. None of it existed any longer. As for the two immortal swords by Xu Qing, which Hordeslayer and Rampart had tried to seize back control of, as they inched closer to Xu Qing, they began to tremble violently. And then they tumbled away. Hordeslayer and Rampart in fused form were bleeding profusely, and finally, their killing intent turned into nothing as they tumbled backward. This level of force was unstoppable. A dust mote might not seem like something very heavy, but to Hordeslayer and Rampart, this dust mote was as heavy as the entire starry sky. The terror they felt had reached a peak. And yet, in the face of a mote of heaven's principle, fleeing was useless. Heaven's principle could bury anything and cause it to cease to exist. As they reeled mentally, their combined fleshly body couldn't stay together any longer, and they exploded apart. After separating, blood sprayed out of their mouths like mad, and their bodies were disintegrating. Their souls were also starting to fall apart. A sensation of death slammed into them like a wave. However, just as the mote was about to completely wipe Hordeslayer and Rampart out of existence, a sigh drifted out of the tallest building in the Sword Immortal School. "Could you give me some face?" Along with the sigh flew a stream of sword energy that appeared beneath the mote. Because of the sword energy, the mote stopped in place. Taking advantage of that moment, Hordeslayer and Rampart fled with all the power they could muster toward the tall building. They had recognized their master's voice, and were now convinced that he was interfering on their behalf. They had been terrified out of their minds by the sensation of impending doom, and knew that their only hope of survival lay with their master. Though they fled at top speed, space-time ripples suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their path, and that tall building became like something that didn't even exist. The space-time ripples overlapped, creating a space-time tempest. Then time flowed like a river, and a time wave swept over Hordeslayer and Rampart. When the foam cleared, the two of them were gone. They had been swept up by the wave and sent into a time that wasn't the present. Then Xu Qing stepped forward onto the wave before disappearing without a trace. He was entering the same space-time where he had sent Hordeslayer and Rampart. Xu Qing had appeared, Hordeslayer and Rampart had launched their trap, then tried to flee. Then Xu Qing sent them into space-time and followed with the intent to kill. All of that happened in only a few short breaths of time. All of the organizations in the north were shaken to the core. This was an unforgettable event, the likes of which rarely occurred. For one thing, Hordeslayer and Rampart alone were very famous, so to see the tables turned on them was shocking. Even more shocking was that nobody knew who attacked them. All they knew was that he had terrifying cannon. This battle between shining stars surpassed the Imperial Sovereign level. Even quasi-immortals were shocked by what they were seeing. In fact, it was no surprise that some people even assumed that Xu Qing was actually Sir Star Ring. Who was that guy? Sir Star Ring. It didn't seem like it. Inside the Sword Immortal School, in the Sword Pavilion, Sword Immortal Blue Mallard sighed, took a step forward, and seemed about to say something. Before he could, the man in red chuckled and said, "Oh, kids, they'll surpass us in time, I'm sure, not even willing to give face to a lower immortal." Sword Immortal Blue Mallard stopped in his tracks and looked at the man in red who annoyed him so much. After a moment of thought, he was about to say something, but again, the man in red spoke first. "But since they're your apprentices, it would be reasonable to step in at least to save their lives. And you could also make sure that lad understands that face should be given to lower immortals." Sword Immortal Blue Mallard said nothing. This person was being more annoying than ever. He really was just blurting out everything before Sword Immortal Blue Mallard could say it, leaving him somewhat at a loss for words. He was currently frowning, and was so irritated he was about to let loose a harumph. The man in red snorted coldly. Sword Immortal Blue Mallard snapped at that point. "This is ridiculous. I can't even snort coldly without you beating me to the punch." The man in red laughed quietly. Fuming, Sword Immortal Blue Mallard took a step forward and vanished. Meanwhile, in another space-time was a desert. Hordeslayer and Rampart were fleeing wildly in the hopes of finding their way out of it. A space-time wave had swept them up and taken them away from the real world, delivering them to this space-time. When they popped out, they had no idea where they were or if it was real. This space-time and this desert seemed real. But the intense sensation of deadly crisis in the two brothers made it impossible for them to analyze the situation. They were overwhelmed with anxiety and bitterness. "Damn it, damn it, damn it. This is all your fault." "What are you blaming me for? You were the one who came up with that idiotic plan. You wanted to lay a trap and ambush him. Now how stupid do you feel, huh?" "Me? Stupid? It was all because you said nobody could help us, not even Master. You said to lure him out and kill him to negate the karma that resulted from bonding with him. You make it sound like I'm the only one who got bonded. You did too. It's all your fault. It's all your fault." As the two brothers raced along, they were arguing with each other so heatedly they were yelling. Master, also a useless piece of trash. That old codger, he's an actual immortal and he just sat around watching us about to get killed. That's right. That guy obviously doesn't care about giving face to Master. That's why Master has always been so shameless. You are absolutely, positively correct. Now, if he was the immortal paragon, then maybe that guy would give him some face. And that means it's all Master's fault. Now that they had found a way to vent together, they were back to being in each other's good graces. After venting for a while, they felt better and even managed to speed up a bit. It looked like they were about to break free of the desert. But that was when a wind kicked up. Sand grains flew through the air, filling the world and buffeting the fleeing brothers and slowing them down to a standstill. No matter how they launched attacks or howled in rage, they were helpless. Eventually, the sand formed a huge face that filled half the sky. It was Xu Qing. He opened his mouth to devour them. Hordeslayer and Rampart shared a despairing glance. Then they gritted their teeth, and their eyes shone with defiance. Then they quickly communicated with each other via divine will. I'd rather die than surrender, lil bro. Even if it means dying while standing up, big brother, I refuse to bend the knee. Let's just fly up there and self-detonate. Okay, sure. We'll fly up and detonate at the same time. Howling, they were about to fly up into the air when they simultaneously dropped to their knees. Young lord. But then they sensed something had changed. The two of them instinctively looked up, whereupon shocked expressions appeared on their faces. They opened their mouths to speak, but before they could, brilliant blue light appeared in the sky. It was like a raging sea that spread out rapidly and caused the huge face of Xu Qing to hesitate for a moment. An enraged voice echoed out from the blue light. You disgraceful fools. Hordeslayer and Rampart were delighted and quickly jumped to their feet as Sword Immortal Blue Mallard appeared out of the blue light. Not interested in hearing anything from them, Sword Immortal Blue Mallard slapped both of them hard. The brothers shivered as their immortal capital permission medallions were ripped away from them. Sword Immortal Blue Mallard threw the medallions up into the sky. Then he waved his hand, and an indescribably terrifying energy surged off him, causing the surrounding spacetime to shatter. Ripples spread through all of the spacetime instants. All it took was a single thought, and he could reduce the spacetime to ashes. Having accomplished that, he coolly said, "Can you give me some face, lad?" Xu Qing stepped out into the open, put away the 2 permission medallions, and then bowed at the waist. I'm happy to comply with your orders, senior. With that, Xu Qing took a step back and vanished. The instants of spacetime also vanished. Everything blurred, and when it became clear again, the surroundings had once again become the Sword Immortal School. They weren't in the central square, but rather in the Sword Pavilion. Hordeslayer and Rampart looked around, stunned. Then they jubilantly prepared to bow to their master. However, Sword Immortal Blue Mallard just glared at them and then kicked each of them, sending them flying over to the corner of the room. As the two of them howled in grief, he walked over and proceeded to kick them several more times. Disgraceful moron, shameless fool, I must have been drunk back when I said you had amazing potential. You don't have any freaking Preheaven sword bodies. You have Preheaven horde bodies. 1. Sword Immortal Blue Mallard gave a cold snort, and then looked at the man in red without saying a word. The man in red also didn't say a word. Sword Immortal Blue Mallard frowned and waited a bit longer. Why aren't you saying what I'm about to say? I don't feel like it, said the man in red, smiling. Sighing helplessly, Sword Immortal Blue Mallard said, Elder brother, these 2 imbeciles are your sect nephews. You have the right, so why not? Give them 2 new permission medallions. 1. In Chinese, there is a character that means many things, including inexpensive, lowly, base, whore, whorish, slut, slutty, etc., and has the exact same pronunciation as sword. By chance, the word horde rhymes with sword, so I used it. In reality, this joke wouldn't work in spoken Chinese dialogue, as the pronunciation of the 2 is exactly the same. The English equivalent would be something like, they weren't bread bears, they were bread bears. It only works when you can see the character word, so it's a written joke. Although, to be fair, most TV shows and movies in China have subtitles anyway, so I guess it could work visually as well. But it definitely wouldn't work in audiobook format. I supposed I could have done something with sword, but the slutty whore aspect is what makes it really funny in Chinese, so I'd rather go with something like that. Chapter 1191, Things Are Different in the East. The 3rd round of the Immortal Capital's trial of the hunt was about killing and plunder. There was no set time limit. On some occasions in the past, the 3rd round lasted for a long time, while in other cases it ended quickly. The reason was that the end of the round was determined by a number. Of the 10,000 Immortal Capital Permission medallions that were given out, when only 1,000 remained, a 1-month countdown would begin. At the end of the month, the trial of the hunt was over. In terms of the ranking list, it was publicly displayed at all the major Orthodox organizations in the 5th star ring. In other words, it was visible to participants and non-participants alike. As of now, there were 1,000 people with permission medallions. The countdown had begun. As it did, the rankings became public, and the fifth star ring was shaken. That list contained the combined results of all of the 4 major planetary systems, and if there were no unexpected changes, it was likely to be the final ranking list. The most important thing about the list was the top 100. Going back through many trials of the hunt, everyone in the top 100 ended up going to the immortal capital. Exceptions were exceedingly rare. The top 10 were considered the chosen ones, and they were always the elites of the current generation in the star ring. After scanning the top 100, just about everyone would focus on the top 10. To the surprise of everyone, there were only 3 of the shining stars in the top 10. The others weren't even on the list. By now, it was no secret why this was the case. Whether it was the big event in the north or the news from the south, just about everyone had heard about Xu Qing. Other people just tried to snatch whatever permission medallions they could. But he was hunting the shining stars. Jiang Fan had lost to him. Yuan Shensu had chosen to bend the knee. Hordeslayer and Rampart had ultimately given him their medallions. With their light added to his, the star that represented Xu Qing was glittering more brightly than ever. When those shining stars were eliminated, they dropped from their high spots on the list, and cultivators that few people had heard of replaced them. But eventually, a familiar name popped into the top 5. Li Mengtu took 5th place. As the lone shining star from the west, he had always been on an upward trajectory. Above him was Sir Vilespirit, who was in 4th. There was no consensus on whether it was a good or bad thing for him to have such a high rank. At the very least, people agreed that he had earned his place there. In 3rd place was Xu Qing. Opinions about him were mixed. Although he had collected some medallions from other shining stars, there were others on the list who had many more medallions than he did. Everyone was still trying to take advantage of every moment to rise in the rankings. That was why Xu Qing wasn't in 1st place. Above him was Zhou Jingli, who was in 2nd. People weren't sure what to think about Zhou Jingli. He had always maintained an image of being kind, charitable, righteous, and strict, but he didn't have a very impressive presence. For the most part, he always came up in the context of Sir Vilespirit, as if he was predestined to oppose him. As for 1st place, it was occupied by a name that the vast majority of cultivators in the 5th star ring had never heard of. Chen Baishan. It was a rather inelegant name, so it went without saying that people were taken aback to see it in 1st place. 1. Because few people were familiar with this person, more people were talking about him than about Xu Qing and how he was hunting shining stars. Unfortunately, there was hardly any reliable information about him. Everything was rumor. Some people claimed he hailed from the Eastern planetary system. Others said he had an extreme personality, and that he was both ruthless and lascivious. There were people who said that he had ranked very low in the 1st and 2nd rounds, and had suddenly risen to the top in the 3rd for unknown reasons. Yet others claimed that he was bloodthirsty and had killed every opponent he ever fought. But in the end, those were all just rumors. As a result, the mystery surrounding him grew deeper. Meanwhile, after the ranking list went public, there was something else that led to widespread astonishment. Sir Star Ring wasn't on the list. He was the number 1 chosen in the 5th star ring, yet he wasn't in the top 10. In fact, he wasn't even in the top 100. He wasn't there at all. A lot of people had speculations. However, it wasn't until a quasi-immortal finally emerged from the 5th world of the Aurora Immortal Palace that an explanation was provided. The fight between Xu Qing and Sir Star Ring in the 5th world was like a breeze that had long since passed. But now, that breeze returned and became a tempest that raged near and far. At that point, everybody started talking about Xu Qing. As rumors raged, Xu Qing left the north. By the use of several long-distance teleportation portals, he reached the Eastern planetary system on the 7th day of the countdown. There were now only 735 permission medallions left. He went directly to Mount Taya, too. Expression placid, he stepped onto the mountain. Mount Taya was the 9th of the most prominent mountains in the Eastern planetary system. It towered majestically into the clouds, its surface pitch black, making it look like a dark blade stabbing up into the sky. If you looked at it closely, you would see a network of red filaments running through the mountain, almost like blood vessels. According to legend, this mountain was actually a horn. Supposedly, it was the horn of God Emperor Starhorn, who had served as one of the 9 generals of the 5th Star Ring's god Paragon. That particular god emperor's godhood was related to stars, and he was known as the #1 god lord serving under the god Paragon. Of course, very few people knew whether or not that legend was true. 3. At the moment, someone was seated cross-legged at the very peak of Mount Taya. He was a young man clad in black. There was a grave and stern look to him, as well as some sort of wretched energy. He seemed to exude killing intent. Stabbed into the ground in front of him was a broken sword. His aura was so interconnected with the sword that it was impossible to distinguish between the two of them. He was none other than Sir Vilespirit. All of a sudden, his eyes opened, and he looked at Xu Qing approaching him. Xu Qing's expression was neutral as he took a step forward, placing him about 1/10 of the way up the mountain. He stopped walking. Sitting on a boulder just ahead of him was a small white bottle. The bottle was open, and it exuded an aura that seemed like that of an immortal, but wasn't. It also seemed like that of a god, yet was. Swirling within it was some sort of liquid. When Xu Qing looked at it, the illusory reality emanating from his soul rippled. Obviously, the contents of the bottle were something that could be very beneficial to an immortal embryo. Ring source, Xu Qing murmured. Ring source was the most fundamental power in the 36 higher star rings. It formed the origin of gods and the structure of the star rings. Whether it was the godly authority of the gods or the cultivator authority of the cultivators, substructurally speaking, they all came from ring source. It was the same with both godhood and canon. It was something higher star rings literally could not be without. When cultivators formed an immortal embryo and then upgraded it to become a mature immortal, they absolutely had to use ring source. When all was said and done, if a cultivator was working on converting an immortal embryo into a mature immortal, it was necessary to acquire ring source, even if it was by stealing it. This bottle could help Xu Qing take his immortal embryo a step further. Although he couldn't reach the undying level yet, it would still be immensely helpful. Well, isn't this interesting? Xu Qing waved his hand and collected the bottle. Looking up at the peak of the mountain, he took a second step forward and vanished. When he reappeared, he was in the middle of the mountain. There on a boulder in front of him was a green bottle. Inside it was a fist-sized clump of crimson clay. It was called God Clay, and it was one of the tools 5th Star Ring cultivators would use to control gods. By molding it into the shape of a god, you could control that god. It went without saying that it was astonishingly valuable. Xu Qing took it and then stepped forward a third time. When his foot fell, he was near the top of the mountain. Lying in front of him was what appeared to be the stalk of a plant. However, it glittered with faint starlight. Xu Qing was familiar with this type of plant. Star ring hemp? Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. Star ring hemp grew in the far reaches of the outer sea in various star rings, and it was exceedingly rare. If you burned it, you could open a passageway between star rings. Star ring hemp was how Xu Qing had originally come to the 5th star ring, 4. It was smaller than the piece he had used in the past, but it was still extremely valuable. After a long moment, Xu Qing picked up the hemp and took a 4th step forward. When he appeared again, he was at the very top of the mountain, right in front of Sir Vilespirit. Sir Vilespirit reached out, grabbed his broken sword, and yanked it out of the ground. The entire mountain trembled. Countless red filaments then flowed up the mountain and converged at the peak. It was as if they were being absorbed by the broken sword. Eventually, the sword was pure red. And then, that redness converged on the tip of the sword, where it emerged as a drop of blood. The moment that blood appeared, the sky trembled, the winds seethed, and rumbling as loud as heavenly thunder echoed out. Everything in the area rippled and distorted. The rest of the red filaments on the mountain quickly turned dark and eventually disappeared, as if their last power had been drained away. That drop of blood on the sword became the only color in all heaven and earth. When Xu Qing looked at the blood, he heard the sound of heavy breathing in his mind. It was Starfear, who seemed very excited. That's the blood of a god lord, and it's a god lord with godly authority similar to mine. Xu Qing, I must have that drop of blood. If I absorb it, then I'll not only be able to reach the altar god level very quickly, but it would make it vastly more possible for me to eventually become a true god. Just as Starfear seemed to be on the verge of speaking out loud, Sir Vilespirit waved his hand. The drop of blood flew off the broken sword toward Xu Qing. Fellow Taoist Xu, you helped me a lot in the fourth world. The 3 gifts you took on your way up the mountain are repayment for that. As for this drop of God Lord blood, I broke my promise regarding the fox madam, and am offering this as compensation. 5. With that, Sir Vilespirit got to his feet and bowed to Xu Qing. Xu Qing didn't respond. Sir Vilespirit turned and flew off the mountain. The broken sword followed. Once in the air, he bowed again, then became a bright streak of light that shot off into the distance. Xu Qing watched him go and did nothing to stop him. The 4 gifts were given in thanks and compensation. But Xu Qing knew that they were also the price Sir Vilespirit was willing to pay to keep his immortal capital permission medallion. I can't take all these gifts and then demand the medallion, Xu Qing murmured, shaking his head. However, he didn't leave. Instead, he looked at the horizon in the opposite direction. Isn't that right, Zhou Jingli? As his words echoed out, ripples flowed over the horizon as Zhou Jingli appeared. He happened to be carrying an unconscious, burly man. The man was crisscrossed with bloody wounds and pulsed with an aura of death. He almost seemed like a puppet and not a person. Zhou Jingli neared, landed on the mountain in front of Xu Qing, and then tossed the burly man onto the ground. Clasping hands, he bowed respectfully. Well met, young lord. He pointed at the burly man. That guy's name is Chen Beishan. After I left the fallen immortal Moors, I tracked him down here in the east. He's my personal gift to you. Take him. You can then be the #1 shining star, and you can also take first place in the trial of the hunt. 1. Chen Beishan. Chen is listed 5 on the list of the 100 most common surnames. Ba means tyrant, lord, rule by force, usurp, and Tian means heaven's sky. I guess you could interpret it to mean something like lording it over heaven, or something similar. Madame Deathblade's reaction upon seeing the name was, "This is the name of a bully." Her reaction conforms to what it says in the paragraph that his name is inelegant. 2. I'm transliterating this name as that seems to be the intent of the author. In other words, there is no meaning to the name. Taya in Chinese seems to be an alternate set of characters to describe a sword named Tai Yi, which was a real sword from ancient Chinese history. Here is a link to an article that mentions it. I also clipped that section of the article to save as an image, because you never know how long websites like that will keep articles up. 3. The term God Emperor came up previously in chapters 808, 963, 966, 967, and 1007. Back then and now, it is not treated as a cultivation level. God Lord is a cultivation level, and as you can see in this passage, it seems to indicate that this God Emperor was in the God Lord cultivation level. And if you go back to 1007, you will see that same information stated outright. In other words, God Emperor is a title used by God Lords. 4. Xu Qing used star ring hemp to open the way to the 5th star ring in chapter 1089. 5. Sir Vilespirit uses a slightly different and more respectable form of address than the one used back in the Immortal Palace, which I've reflected by calling her Fox Madam instead of Fox Maiden chapter 1192. Step into the light, soar past mountains. Xu Qing had never heard of Chen Beishan before. After all, this Chen Beishan had only jumped in the rankings when the 1-month countdown began. Though he was the focus of a lot of attention, few cultivators in the 5th star ring knew anything about him. As time passed, more and more rumors spread about him. As it turned out, not one of the dramatic and fanciful rumors proved to be true. In the end, how could anyone guess that the top contender in the trial of the hunt had been prepared as a gift? It was a gift that had been created out of nothing. At the moment, the person who had created this gift out of nothing was bowing deeply and smiling humbly. That was the most terrifying thing about Zhou Jingli. He had been very careful when dealing with the menacing Sir Star Ring. He didn't reveal how dangerous he could be. and Xu Qing got the feeling that the conflict and grudge between him and Sir Vilespirit was a facade. In all likelihood, Zhou Jingli and Sir Vilespirit were doing it all on purpose, and was all done to please people far more important and powerful than them. Those important people were interested in watching the show, and the willingness of Zhou Jingli and Sir Vilespirit to go along with it was a way of showing subservience. Xu Qing knew that he wasn't one of those important people, and he didn't think Sir Star Ring was one of them either. He didn't make demands of subservient people. To him, both the 5th star ring and the immortal capital were just stops along a very long journey. Since it was just a stop on the journey, he would be cautious, but do as he pleased. In other words, he didn't care about Zhou Jingli's ulterior motives. Vipers were fine as long as they didn't bear their fangs, but if the fangs came out, well, Xu Qing had already explained to Zhou Jingli what would happen then. He liked to eat snakes, and venomous snakes tasted the best. Besides, after everything he had experienced in his youth, plus his journeys in the revered ancient mainland, as well as the teachings of his master and the tutelage of Erniu, Xu Qing was far more venomous. Therefore, he only glanced at Zhou Jingli before turning to look at Chen Baishan. "I selected Chen Baishan very carefully," Zhou Jingli said in a soft voice. "I wanted to make sure he had no deep karmic ties. Incidentally, you could say that he's evil through and through, also given to lust." Zhou Jingli knew that he had to make sure Xu Qing was comfortable accepting his gift. Therefore, he had picked someone without any karmic connections, and could thus be killed without worry about the consequences. That was the way to make sure his gift could be accepted without worry. To further achieve that end, he bowed and backed away from Xu Qing and Chen Baishan. That was because Chen Baishan was gasping for breath. The flame of his life force was just about to go out. Zhou Jingli had taken measures along the way to ensure that Chen Baishan would actually die of natural causes, and it would happen very soon. That way, there would be no misunderstandings. No one would believe that he had booby-trapped his gift. He had indirectly killed him in a way that had nothing to do with the person he was giving his gift to. When a cultivator died in that way, their immortal capital permission medallion would automatically go to the person closest to them. That was why he had backed away. Xu Qing said nothing. A few dozen breaths of time passed, and Chen Baishan breathed his last. The instant it happened, an immortal capital permission medallion flew out of him, dazzlingly bright. It shot toward Xu Qing, fused with him, and then the star chart appeared in the sky again. This time, the ranking list had changed. First place was now occupied by Xu Qing. Zhou Jingli again bowed to Xu Qing. Then he backed away before leaving Mount Taya and flying off into the distance. Xu Qing didn't stop him. After Zhou Jingli disappeared over the horizon, Xu Qing blurred and stepped into space-time. Using space-time that way left no traces of his passage and made it impossible to track his karma. Shortly after, ripples spread out in the dome of heaven, and Zhou Jingli appeared again. He looked down thoughtfully at Mount Taya. Definitely very different from Sir Star Ring. If it had been Sir Star Ring, and he had such an advantage and such strength, he would definitely be a lot less cautious. In fact, he would probably stay around here until the trial was over. But this Xu Qing has the advantage, and even crushed all the shining stars. Yet even after getting gifts from both me and Sir Vilespirit, he still acts very cautiously. And it's not something done with purpose. It's actually an instinct for him. Zhou Jingli sighed softly, definitely not to be trifled with. With that, he turned and vanished again. There were only 7 days left in the countdown. Thanks to the change to the ranking list, everyone in all the sects and organizations in the 5th star ring knew about Xu Qing. And of course, it caused quite a shake-up. Chen Baishan disappeared, and Xu Qing was in first place. More and more rumors were spreading about Xu Qing now. Him taking first place had a big effect on the various cultivators he had interacted with. In the Western planetary system, Li Mengtu was working harder than ever. Of course, since he was in 5th place, it was inevitable that he would reach the immortal capital. But when he saw the rankings list, he decided that he would still try to get more permission medallions. I might not be able to surpass him, but at least I won't fall behind. There were similar sentiments in the southern planetary system. They existed in the Xianxia clan. They existed at Grand Immortal Mountain. Xianxia was in seclusion. She needed to achieve a cultivation base breakthrough before the end of the trial of the hunt. If she could become a quasi-immortal, then she would be able to get to the immortal capital. I know I can do it. Jiang Fan chose a similar route to Xianxia and was working hard to that end. In the northern planetary system, Hordeslayer and Rampart, thanks to how connected their master was, had things a lot easier than Jiang Fan and Xianxia. Both of them got new permission medallions and started over from the beginning. Given the level of their cultivation base and battle prowess, it wasn't a very difficult task. All they had to do was fight enough people. However, given the limited time frame, the two of them were very busy. Whenever they rose through the rankings, they would see Xu Qing's name and curse him. But at the same time, they would work harder. Things were different in the Eastern planetary system. Sir Vilespirit and Zhou Jingli both had stable spots on the ranking list, being in second and third place respectively. They had given up on trying to improve their ranking and were simply waiting until the trial of the hunt ended. What Sir Vilespirit and Zhou Jingli were actually most focused on was the Star Ring Pagoda. As far as they were concerned, that was the biggest variable in the entire trial. Amidst the countless towering pagodas that made up the headquarters of the Star Ring Pagoda, there was one pagoda that was taller than all the others, and it shone with dazzling starlight. At the moment, that starlight was all pouring into a complicated spell formation. A young man was seated cross-legged in the formation. The starlight flowed through the rotating formation into the young man and through his meridians. Thanks to the process, his body had become completely fused with the pagoda. A strong immortal aura pulsed from him, and if you looked closely, it came from his immortal embryo. After experiencing the illusory reality and the undying, it was possible to form the immortal embryo. It was the hallmark of quasi-immortals. That was why the starlight acted as meridians, the pagoda as his bones, and the immortal embryo as his fleshly body. It was turning into Sir Star Ring. Within the pagoda, someone spoke in a raspy voice. If there are no twists and turns during the tribulation, then how could good fortune spring from extreme adversity? My apprentice, you have already accepted the tribulation and perished in the process. That was simply your destiny. As your master, I have remolded your body, and thus, you can achieve ultimate balance and continue on the path of the immortal. As the words echoed out, Sir Star Ring's eyes suddenly opened, and boundless starlight spilled out of them, making the pagoda even more dazzling. He's out there waiting for you, the raspy voice said. After a moment of silence, Sir Star Ring shook his head. No. Why not? I can't defeat him. If I fight him now, I'll lose the name Star Ring. There's no rush. I can fight him at the immortal capital. Well said. Outside of the Star Ring Pagoda, there was a mountain called Ninth Heaven. At the peak of Mount Ninth Heaven, Xu Qing sat cross-legged, staring at the boundless Star Ring Pagoda headquarters. The crimson aurora made the starlight of the towers especially prominent, and the spot where the starlight was gathering was the same spot Xu Qing was staring at. He was waiting for Sir Star Ring. The moment he arrived in the Eastern planetary system, he had sensed Sir Star Ring's aura. It was obvious that Sir Star Ring had returned. Thus, he had come here to wait for Sir Star Ring to come out and fight. Sadly, even after waiting for quite a while, Sir Star Ring never came out. Xu Qing's facial expression remained the same as usual. He wasn't inclined to force the issue. He closed his eyes, days passed. Eventually, there was only 1 day left in the countdown, then 1 hour, then 1 second. It passed. Rumbling sounds could be heard in the sky over the 5th star ring. They grew louder and louder, filling the east and ultimately the entire 5th star ring. Countless cultivators, regardless of what they were doing, all went silent and looked up into the sky. A voice rang out. The immortal capital's trial of the hunt is over. Now, the top 100 will enter the immortal capital. Innumerable cultivators in the 5th star ring were filled with excitement and looked on in envy as numerous 7-colored beams of light descended from the aurora. There were a total of 99, and they were distributed among the qualified trial takers in all 4 planetary systems. They were like shining roads of light leading upward. All 5th star ring cultivators dreamed of stepping on the road that led to the immortal capital. These prismatic beams of light were why the participants had gone through so much hardship. It was why they had shed so much blood and killed so many enemies. Now, their hearts were racing. This was the moment they had been fighting for. One by one, they prepared to step into the light. But just before they did, more thunderous, rumbling sounds issued forth above to fill the 5th star ring. Countless individuals looked on as a beam of light far brighter and more colorful than all of the others descended, almost like a river. Compared to this beam of light, the others were like little streams. It was a majestic and boundless river that shone with blinding light. It descended from above and landed in the east, at Mount 9th Heaven. Everyone was shaken. Xu Qing opened his eyes and looked at the bright path of light. He rose and stepped into the light. The moment he did, he was whisked upward. Meanwhile, other cultivators in other areas were also flying upward. All were heading toward what lay beyond the dome of heaven, the supreme immortal capital. Chapter 1193, fundamentally in the immortal capital. It was a most holy occasion during the immortal capital's trial of the hunt. It was a moment that countless cultivators dreamed of. Countless living beings would witness the moment in which the qualified participants ascended to the immortal capital. Xu Qing was in the brightest beam of light that advanced ever upward. Behind him, 99 beams of light rose from the 4 planetary systems, all of them bearing cultivators who were going to the immortal capital. As of this moment, they were the center of all attention in the 4 planetary systems. As of this moment, they were entirely worthy of being called stars. As of this moment, the 4 planetary systems were all peaceful and quiet as the scene played out in the canopy of heaven. Of course, the vast majority of people could only see some of what was happening, but the truly powerful experts in the 4 planetary systems could see how unique the most brightly shining of the light was. As everyone watched, the people in the beams of light rose higher and higher, getting closer and closer to the aurora. And finally, they turned crimson as they entered the aurora, one after another. There was no starry sky above the aurora. There was only a foggy haze. Within the haze were 100 4-sided pillars, all of them very ancient and weathered. They were terraced, so that the tallest pillar was in the very middle, with pillars stretching out almost in a triangular shape on either side, with each successive pillar shorter than the one before it. As a whole, they looked like the character for person, Chinese letter. All of the pillars glittered with 7-colored light. They seemed to have existed for countless years, to have witnessed innumerable magnificent things, and now pulsed with infinite majesty. The light they exuded turned into numerous prismatic beams. They dropped down below the aurora and into the 4 planetary systems. They became the subject of all attention there. The light coming from the central pillar was the brightest, as Xu Qing rose through the aurora within it. He was the first of the 100 cultivators to emerge from the aurora. As the aurora flowed around him, he seemed almost like something going from the bottom of a river up to the surface of the water. Upon breaking the surface, he saw the infinite haze, as well as the 107-colored pillars. He didn't hesitate. He approached the pillars and alighted on the tallest of them, the one in the center. There he stood. Turning, he looked down. The vast aurora was like a crimson sea. Inside of it, 99 beams of light contained more cultivators who were ascending to their corresponding pillars. Among the crowd, Xu Qing spotted Zhou Jingli, who smiled humbly. He saw Servile Spirit, who bowed his head. He saw Yuan Shensu, who avoided his gaze. He saw Li Mengtu, who looked excited. He saw Hordeslayer and Rampart. They usually acted proud and arrogant, but now they seemed to shrink in on themselves. Xu Qing studied the group. The majority of the faces were unfamiliar to him, but there were some he recognized. Jiang Fan wasn't there. But what was shocking was a young man in black, He exuded a sensation of order and was orbited by chains of starlight. Almost as soon as Xu Qing looked at him, he looked back. "Sir Star Ring." Xu Qing remained completely calm. He was not surprised to see all of these people here, and he had long since come to sense that Sir Star Ring had awoken. He had gone to the Star Ring Pagoda sometime earlier and waited for a while, but Sir Star Ring never came. As a result, Xu Qing wasn't taken by surprise at all to see him here. He quickly looked away from him. Ignoring all the cultivators landing on the pillars, Xu Qing looked up at the haze. He had always felt that the fifth star ring wasn't very big. He had come to that conclusion after comparing it to the revered ancient mainland. It wasn't that revered ancient was larger. It was a fact that the 4 planetary systems of the fifth star ring were vast in size. Even just a single one of them would surpass revered ancient. Most cultivators could fly for an entire lifetime and never leave one of the planetary systems. Despite that, Xu Qing still felt that the fifth star ring was small. Based on the star ring map he had seen years ago that depicted the 36 higher star rings, he knew that a star ring should be incredibly large. But that was not what he had experienced in the fifth star ring. Of course, he knew that some of it was because of how the fifth star ring had been compacted. It made sense considering that the various layers of a starry sky were all the same instance of space. After being compacted, the fifth star ring turned into a landmass, and therefore, the way one perceived it with the senses would be different. But when all was said and done, that was only one factor, and there was definitely a much more relevant explanation. It was a theory Xu Qing had developed after traveling to all 4 planetary systems. Yet now, as he stood atop the ancient pillar looking at the haze, Xu Qing's thoughts went wild. He was struck with a sudden premonition that the real fifth star ring was what he was looking at right now. Anticipation filled him. The other cultivators in the area felt similarly. They didn't have to wait long. Soon, the final person stepped onto the pillar, and the haze began to seethe. An indescribably heavy force was clearing the fog, as if an invisible hand were waving it away. And then, the haze that had been blocking their view vanished without a trace. A majestic starry sky was now visible to them. Within the infinitude was a huge whirlpool that occupied about 90% of the starry sky. It seemed still, but if you looked closely, you would realize it was rotating. Xu Qing and the other cultivators on the pillars were minuscule in comparison. Everyone could sense that the astonishing whirlpool was full of a massive amount of heavenly bodies, and all of them had life on them as well as the aura of immortals. And yet, as everyone soaked in the astonishing sight, it was as if some immense power shrank that starry sky down. The whirlpool also shrank down rapidly. And as it shrank down, an even more majestic whirlpool of stars appeared within the starry sky. The whirlpool from before wasn't visible, but it hadn't disappeared. It had shrunk down, revealing that it was one of millions upon millions of whirlpools. His mind spun, yet things weren't over. The giant whirlpool of stars shrank down again. Xu Qing and the other cultivators saw countless astonishing whirlpools of stars forming together into a huge star chart. Or, put more precisely, it was a star domain. If the first thing they had seen was the star domain, they wouldn't have been able to grasp how large it was. But after seeing everything shrink down, it was obvious that it was so immense it defied description. And yet, things still weren't over. The star domain shrank down, revealing a host of innumerable star domains, an infinitude that became a complete universe. Yet even as the universe became visible, the starry sky blurred, and countless universes appeared to them. Then the universes shrank. The starry sky trembled. Ultimately, an immense figure became visible in front of them. It was not a true body. Instead, it was made of countless planetary systems, galaxies, star domains, and universes. This person's features were indistinguishable, but he was surrounded by the most paramount of sensations. This figure was not the immortal paragon of the fifth star ring. And that was because as the figure made up of countless universes appeared, the starry sky shrank again, revealing that, astonishingly, there were 10 other such figures. There were a total of 11. They were like heavens beyond heaven. They were the 11 immortal lords of the fifth star ring. Each one was magnificent. Xu Qing and all of the other 100 cultivators felt like they were being battered by waves of astonishment. Rumbling sounds filled Xu Qing's mind and heart as he looked at the 11 figures. One of the figures, despite having indistinguishable facial features, was immediately recognizable to Xu Qing thanks to his experience in the Immortal Palace. That person was Immortal Lord Nineshores. There was something unique about Immortal Lord Nineshores compared to the others. In front of him was a ring made of starlight. As soon as Xu Qing saw the ring, he realized what it was. It was the ring of the epic. It was currently the Nineshores epic. Xu Qing took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart as he looked at the other immortal lords. He was hopping to spot Grandmaster Bai. Eventually, his gaze settled on the 9th of the immortal lords. It was a majestic figure who seemed to be an old man. It wasn't possible to see his face clearly, but he had a medicinal decocting pot in his hands that immediately struck Xu Qing with a sense of familiarity. The old man looked down at Xu Qing, and a very faint smile appeared on his lips. Xu Qing smiled back and then bowed. After that, the starry sky blurred again, and the sensation of shrinking occurred again. And then, the heavens beyond heaven that were the 11 immortal lords shrank down. Behind them was an even more majestic figure who seemed unsurpassably holy, and who was mighty enough to occupy the entire starry sky. This was the origin of all immortals. This was the paragon of the 5th star ring. This was he who had crushed the gods. He was the immortal paragon. The 11 heavens beyond heaven all orbited around him. This was the true 5th star ring. After being taken over by cultivators, it was compressed, and that process caused the different parts of it to occupy heavens beyond heaven. As for the 4 great planetary systems of East, West, South, and North, they were the original homeland. They were where everything had started. Fundamentally speaking, there wasn't actually an immortal capital. The original homeland was the immortal capital. That was where the 5th star ring's pure-blooded humans existed. All of the fighting, killing, and bitterness was designed to raise pure-blooded humans. It was all for the future of the 5th star ring. The cultivators who came from there all had politically correct family backgrounds and educations. In the future, they would be tasked with an important mission. As for the lives of those in the heavens beyond heaven, in some ways, they were simply collateral relatives. In fact, most of them weren't even human, but instead had just been blessed with human bloodlines. All of these things did not need to be conveyed with words. As soon as Xu Qing and the other cultivators saw the majestic scene in front of them, they understood. "Now I get it," Xu Qing murmured. And then, among the 11 heavens beyond heaven, Immortal Lord Nineshores, whose turn it was to oversee the epic, opened his eyes. "Ascendees, you will now enter my own heaven beyond heaven." 1194, a reward from the Nineshores heaven. From the land of origin, 100 ships had sailed into the immortal capital. It was the grand, majestic tradition of the 4 great planetary systems of East, West, South, and North. What they found out after arriving wasn't necessarily top secret. After all, there were immortals in all 4 of the orthodox organizations, as well as some core quasi-immortals who knew the truth. The immortal capital was actually a project being carried out by cultivators after taking over the 5th star ring. It was a project designed to nurture pure-blooded humans. The project had gone on in the past, and it would continue to go on in the future. To the upper echelons of leadership in the 5th star ring, cultivators weren't nourished and nurtured. They were born out of struggle. They went against the stream and fought to survive. It reflected how the cultivators from a minor world had eventually fought their way to the point of overthrowing the gods that had ruled the 5th star ring. They did not want to lose that spirit. They did not want greenhouse flowers. They wanted like-minded people who never let go of their killing intent and their determination to strive forward. Only cultivators like that counted as being pure-blooded humans that could be responsible for the future and could survive in the higher star rings, surrounded by gods. Low-level cultivators might need special circumstances to develop such qualities, but it was built into these cultivators who had just ascended. The cultivators who had reached this point were resolute individuals who had developed their own ways of understanding and perceiving things. Those with similar ideals could walk together. Those with dissimilar ideals would not be forced to stay. It was a demonstration of the confidence of the fifth star ring cultivators. Unfortunately, the rest of the 36 higher star rings were lands occupied by gods, so those with dissimilar ideals would have to become gods if they wanted to go somewhere else. The factions had long since been determined. That was why the immortal capital's trial of the hunt was held over and over again. It was also why immortal Lord Nineshores had called them Ascendees. They had ascended from their homeland. The rules of the fifth star ring stated that whichever immortal lord was reigning over the current epoch would accept all of the Ascendees into their immortal palace. It was currently the Nineshores epoch. Therefore, Xu Qing and the rest of the cultivators responded to the voice of immortal Lord Nineshores by flying off the pillars. They shot right toward immortal Lord Nineshores, heaven beyond heaven made of countless planetary systems, galaxies, star whirlpools, star domains, and universes. The instant Xu Qing entered, a plethora of stars appeared before his eyes like infinite star charts. There was no limit. There was no end. It was so vast, and the cultivators were so insignificant that they felt like ants. Then, someone spoke in a majestic voice. This, which occupies only a small percentage of the fifth star ring, is the Nineshores heaven. It was not immortal Lord Nineshores. The owner of the voice appeared in front of Xu Qing and the others, and he was an old man in a white Taoist robe. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being, like someone who could tread through starry skis and universes. I am Su Daeyun, a reception elder here in the Nineshores Immortal Palace. I am tasked with receiving you and offering a bit of an explanation along the way. His gaze swept over them, and all of them trembled inwardly. Those who had canon treasures felt such treasures dimming as if they were being suppressed. Those with true canon had it slightly better off, but still felt as if the gaze were weighing down on their canon and making it difficult to operate. It was a gaze that pierced into the depths of even Xu Qing and Sir Star Ring and left them feeling powerless to resist. Xu Qing had experienced something like this before. Back in revered Ancient, he had stood with Grand Emperor Swordsage and faced a lower immortal who wanted to enter the mainland. The feeling was similar. The difference was that the feeling now was far more intense. 1. Immortal. Xu Qing took a deep breath. Sir Star Ring also bowed his head. To him, this old man was giving him a sensation similar to his master. If the two strongest members of the group of 100 felt that way, there was little need to mention the others. All of them quickly bowed. The old man's expression remained the same as he continued. There is no end to the heavenly bodies in the Nineshores heaven. New heavenly bodies are born constantly, and old ones fall. The orbits are not eternal. The star domains are not fixed in place. The universes rise and fall. Assuming there are no setbacks, then this is where you will practice cultivation going forward. Furthermore, as cultivators who have ascended from the homeland, you will now be given a reward. Everyone here will be given a universe in the Nineshores heaven to serve as your mansion grotto. All of the star domains, star whirlpools, galaxies, and planets within it belong to you. All hearts surged with excitement. Xu Qing's eyes glittered at the generosity of the fifth star ring and the importance with which it treated ascendees. All the resources of a universe were being given to help one person grow stronger. It could well be imagined that even a relatively barren universe would still have vast amounts of immortal energy in it. That wasn't to mention all of the other items and resources it would contain. It was definitely proper to say that whoever got this reward would be paramount in the universe they were given. Even Xu Qing was moved by this reward. Yet the anticipation he felt in his heart continued to grow more intense, and that was because he had taken first place. It went without saying that his reward wouldn't be limited to this. The white-robed old man once again spoke. The universe is only the first reward, but before moving on to the second, I need to address the first-place ascendee. His gaze shifted to Xu Qing. There are certain special universes in the Nineshores heaven, and each one is considered a strategic resource. Since you took first place, you are hereby rewarded with a first-class universe, the Ink Sun universe. Later on, you can discover for yourself what's so special about it. Now, as for the second reward, everyone will receive a treasure or canon augmentation. For those of you who have magical treasures with no canon, you can have canon added to them. Those who already have canon in a magical treasure can have it improved, or you can request to have the canon taken out of the treasure and put inside of you. It will be your choice how to use this reward. In addition, those who made it into the top 10 will be given the chance to have a lower immortal personally forge you a piece of equipment. To take advantage of this reward, you can go to the Deathblade universe. Few people can ever get a destined opportunity like this, so treasure it, all of you. At this point, the old man's gaze shifted from the top 10 in general to once again focus on Xu Qing. Since you took first place, you will be given one opportunity to visit the heroic immortal tombs. Here in the Nine Shores Heaven, the heroic immortal tombs have served for countless years as a place to inter the bodies of lower immortals who fell in battle. There, you can find canon and immortal treasures, all of which can be acquired based on your own good fortune. As the old man spoke, Xu Qing could feel everyone else looking at him. Clearly, their gazes were full of envy. That was especially true of people like Hordeslayer and Rampart, who had once been in the Shining Stars and had benefited from help and equipment provided by lower immortals. Other than the universe, the other rewards weren't very enticing to them. But when they heard about the heroic immortal tombs, they couldn't help but fill with longing. After all, though they might have benefited from the help of a lower immortal, there was no way that such a master would pass on canon to them unless it was unneeded. And they wouldn't give up their most powerful and useful canon treasures. After all, they were still alive. But the heroic immortal tombs were different. They contained the remains of dead lower immortals, and the canon there would be masterless. And any treasures they left behind, as long as they hadn't been destroyed in the battle that led to their death, would definitely be spectacular. Any other type of good fortune would be similar. The destined opportunities in the heroic immortal tombs were like true legacies. Even Sir Star Ring was sighing inwardly. It was only natural that Xu Qing understood how precious of an opportunity he was being given, so he ducked his head and bowed. Looking away from him, the old man continued, "The Nine Shores Heaven isn't just the location of your mansion grotto going forward. You will also be given an official assignment here. However, you will be given some time to rest and enjoy your rewards. 1 year. A year from now, you will be summoned to the reception universe, where the relevant personnel will make arrangements for your assignment. And now, you're all dismissed." The old man waved his hand, and a host of wooden immortal slips flew out toward the 100 cultivators. In the vast majority of cases, each cultivator got 2 immortal slips. One was a teleportation talisman leading to the universe that they had been rewarded with, while the other would augment a treasure or canon. A handful of people got 3 immortal slips, with the extra one being the opportunity to have equipment forged by a lower immortal. Xu Qing was the only one who got 4. After distributing the immortal slips, the old man said nothing more. He simply faded away into nothing. After he was gone, some people left excitedly. However, most of them didn't leave. Instead, they hurried over to Xu Qing. They had all arrived together, and no one knew what post they would be assigned to. For all anyone knew, they might end up working together. And since Xu Qing had taken first place, he would surely start out with an important position. Obviously, the smartest thing to do was try to befriend him. As people clustered around Xu Qing and made small talk, Sir Star Ring flew off looking proud and aloof. He soon disappeared. Yuan Su hesitated for a moment before making the choice to leave. It almost wasn't necessary to mention Hordeslayer and Rampart. They rushed away at the earliest possible moment, worried that if they didn't get away quickly enough, Xu Qing might order them to come over to him. They definitely did not want everyone seeing them being under his control or possibly rushing over to him excitedly. The mere thought of such a scene left them feeling uncomfortable. Xu Qing paid little attention to them as he exchanged words with the other ascendees. Then, after they had given each other transmission jade slip contact information, the ascendees began to depart. Now that Zhou Jingli and Sir Vilespirit had ascended to the Nine Shores heaven, it seemed that their previous violent animosity for each other had changed. Though they hadn't been standing next to each other, it spoke volumes that they stayed behind after everyone else had left. "See you in a year, Brother Su," Sir Vilespirit said, clasping hands before leaving. Zhou Jingli and Li Mengtu were the last to leave. The former smiled in the same self-deprecating way as always. "Young Lord, my guess is that a year from now, the whole lot of us are going to get the same assignment." With that, he respectfully departed. Sighing inwardly, Li Mengtu exchanged a glance with Xu Qing, then turned to leave. Just before departing, he said, "Any time, just say the word, 'I owe you my life,' and more." Xu Qing watched them all leave. Then he smiled and, eyes gleaming with anticipation, made his way off into the distance. Then he sent his divine will into the teleportation slip and vanished. He was heading to his very own Ink Sun universe. 1. Grand Emperor Swordsage and Xu Qing faced the Lower Immortal in Chapter 1086. Remember that in Chinese, Lower Immortal and Summer Immortal are pronounced exactly the same. Chapter 1195, Ink Sun Universe. How big was the Ink Sun universe? Xu Qing wasn't actually sure. True, he was the paramount entity in the Ink Sun universe and could destroy the entire system with a thought. Unfortunately, the range of his divine will wasn't sufficient to encompass the entire universe. That said, when being teleported inside, he was able to see it in its entirety on the approach. The Ink Sun universe resembled the two curved horns of a goat, composed of innumerable galaxies and whirlpools of stars. They were connected at the bottom, so that the entire structure looked like an irregularly shaped ellipse. Taken as a whole, it also looked like a fish. To be most precise, the Ink Sun universe looked like a big fish with the horns of a goat. It was majestic. When it came to the planets, star systems, star whirlpools, and star domains, they were densely packed. And there was shining light everywhere. They were suns. Some places had life, some had death. That was all Xu Qing could take in before he got too close to take in its entirety. The teleportation abilities in the Nine Shores heaven surpassed anything Xu Qing could perceive or comprehend. Clearly, they were the result of extensive research carried out in the cultivation system in the fifth star ring. These teleportations could cover multiple universes to send a person to a specific starry sky. It definitely surpassed the normal limitations of space. It was something beyond description. This is what civilization feels like. It's a civilization of immortals. On the way inside the Ink Sun universe, Xu Qing wondered what was special about it. Given what the reception elder had said, he needed to explore it to find out. Considering that the Ink Sun universe was of special strategic significance, he got the feeling that the high-level living beings inside it would probably have a good idea of its unique nature. It was still getting bigger and bigger from his point of view. Galaxies flowed past him like rainwater until he saw his destination. It was an immortal hall. Crafted from a pitch-black asteroid, it looked big, but compared to the starry sky in general, it was minute. That said, the size of a structure in this universe was unrelated to the power and status it represented. It could be tiny, and all living beings would still prostrate in worship to it. In the Ink Sun universe, this was the most holy location in existence. It was ancient, archaic, and magnificent. Surrounding it were countless figures, all of them bowing. Most of them were humanoid in appearance, although there were small differences between them and ordinary humans. There were some that were very obviously non-human. There were even some that emanated terrifying beastly auras. There seemed no end to them, and when it came to their cultivation base, there were smoldering gods and even imperial sovereigns. These were the lords of the various star domains in the Ink Sun universe. The fifth star ring was huge, and though humans had started out as a minority there, considering it was a civilization of cultivators, it was little surprise that they had proliferated so dramatically. But compared to a magnificent conglomeration of many universes, it was like a drop of water in the ocean. And yet the humans that made up that drop of water had ultimately become the rulers of all the other species in the fifth star ring. These non-humans were really the progeny of the gods. That was where they had come from. But they had been forced into servitude, and after many generations had passed in the fifth star ring, the blood of the gods in them had long since been sealed. As a result, there was a limit to how much they could grow, and they had to treat humans as their lords. In other words, they had no choice but to walk the same path as the cultivators. Because of their blood being sealed, they could rise no higher than the imperial sovereign level. People who were not human could not become immortals. The only exception were individuals of strategic importance. Only then could the seals be removed, allowing them to fight and die for the fifth star ring. The end result was that the ascendees who had just come from the original homeland were like royalty to these non-humans. Xu Qing was the lord of this universe, so when he came, all its servants would come to worship. As the powerful experts prostrated, the immortal hall atop the asteroid began to shine with dazzling immortal light. All 9 colors shimmered, creating a flowing sea of light that swept throughout the surrounding starry sky. The starry sky trembled. All heads were bowed. The door of the immortal hall opened. Xu Qing stepped out. At the same time, he absorbed the immortal slip that had just teleported him here. Of course, that slip didn't just function as a teleportation device. More so, it was a symbol of the highest level of power in the Ink Sun universe. It created a resonance with the immortal hall, with the starry sky, with all the countless star domains, and with the entire universe. The countless non-human cultivators all bowed lower. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty." A chorus of voices swept out into the starry sky with mountain-toppling, sea-draining force. The momentum of the combined voices grew more and more intense. Xu Qing looked around with a calm expression. As he stood at the door of the hall, he closed his eyes. After arriving, opening the door of the immortal hall, and absorbing the immortal slip, he became recognized as the lord of the Ink Sun universe. After that, the entire universe existed in his mind. And thus, he sent his thoughts out like an unstoppable wave through all the star domains, galaxies, and planets. The entire place was full of strong, immortal energy. Some of that immortal energy was emanating from the planets. Surprisingly, some of it existed in the living beings and came from their life force. This was what it meant to use a universe to nurture a chosen. Xu Qing opened his eyes. He retracted his divine will, and then over 1,000 of the non-humans flew up to the immortal hall and lined up to speak respectfully to him. "Your Majesty, the Ink Sun universe contains 700 billion. 0 galaxies. Every galaxy contains. Your Majesty, the total number of species in the Ink Sun universe is. Your Majesty, there are many resources in the Ink Sun universe, but the most abundant are the Black Suns. Your Majesty, there are a number of pocket realms and treasure lands in the Ink Sun universe. Specifically, Xu Qing received a full report of everything in the Ink Sun universe. As he was listening, he suddenly turned his head to look off into the distance. Interrupting the report that was being given, he pointed and said, "There's a cultivator right there. Who is it?" He was pointing in the direction of the spot where the 2 fish horns connected at the fish's head. By means of divine will, Xu Qing could see that there was an area of darkness there, a spot cut off from divine will that contained terrifying mightiness. Though it was cut off from senses, it seemed like there was an incomparably massive black sun there, emanating infinite black light and fire. Either that, or it was a black hole inside that could devour anything and everything. It was extremely unique. But when he sent his divine will to examine it further, the stream of divine will vanished. What made it vanish wasn't the strange heavenly body that resembled a black sun or a black hole. It was a figure hovering cross-legged next to the black hole. That person seemed to be emitting quasi-immortal cultivation base fluctuations and was able easily crush Xu Qing's divine will out of existence. In response to Xu Qing's question, the cultivators who had gathered outside the immortal hall exchanged awkward glances. Then one of them spoke in a trembling voice. "Your Majesty, that area is the Incland, which formed after this universe's very first sun was extinguished. It's also been named a restricted area by the Immortal Palace. We're not allowed to even get close to it. As for the person guarding it..." The cultivator hesitated. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. Bowing his head, the cultivator continued. "It's the exalted Kun Wu. Just like your majesty, he's human. Before you came along, the exalted Kun Wu was the acting lord here. He's the only one who has the right to practice cultivation in restricted areas." 1. Acting lord. Xu Qing's gaze turned cold. 1 Kun Wu. Kun is not a common surname. It's most commonly known as the Chinese character from Kunlun. Wu is an obscure word that means, among other things, "I, my." Kun Wu is actually a real person. Or maybe it's a mythological person. Or maybe a clan. Even in Chinese, the information I could find about it wasn't very clear. In any case, it's an obscure name that sounds sort of mythical and ancient. Madame Deathblade said it's a very unusual name that she had never heard of before. She's not exactly interested in or versed in ancient mythological stuff off the top of her head. Chapter 1196. I'll use this place for 300 years. The meaning of the term acting lord was self-evident. This person was temporarily in charge. He was a human with a quasi-immortal cultivation base, which was befitting of such a position. "Your Majesty, the likes of us can only speculate about your identity. Presumably, the Nine Shores Immortal Palace decreed that this universe was to be your personal property." A non-human cultivator stepped forward who looked like an old human man, except that he had a third eye. Bowing respectfully, he continued, "From ancient times until now, the only people rewarded with this glory are pure-blooded ascendees from the immortal capital. This seems to indicate that your Majesty is an ascendee from the immortal capital. As for the exalted Kun Wu, well, he's similar to yourself, your Majesty. Supposedly, he was an ascendee from the immortal capital who had his own universe. But this place was apparently more suitable for his style of cultivation. So he came over here about 1,000 years ago and never left. He's human, and the Nine Shores heaven is just so huge." At this point, the old man looked up hesitantly at Xu Qing in the immortal hall. In the Nine Shores heaven, any universe with no lord in its immortal hall is considered unoccupied, and thus, human cultivators will often go into them to practice cultivation. Before the exalted Kun Wu came to the Ink Sun universe, there were other humans who had settled down here, but they were all driven away when the exalted Kun Wu showed up. The old man was being very careful with his words. He clearly didn't want to offend either Kun Wu or the new lord in the immortal hall. Xu Qing thought about that for a moment. In other words, you call him the acting lord, but that's just a form of address and not an official position. The old man hesitated but ultimately nodded. Yes, the Ink Sun universe's immortal hall has been without a lord for many years until now. Because of that, a lot of humans have come and gone. And so, for the past 1,000 years, we've just gone along with whatever the exalted Kun Wu told us to do. He smiled wryly. Truth be told, there are so many universes in the Nine Shores heaven that the likelihood of an ascendee being given the Ink Sun universe was always remote. In fact, we were surprised when we found out your Majesty was coming here. Presumably, the exalted Kun Wu is also surprised. Xu Qing's gaze turned even colder. Now he understood some of the unstated rules in the Nine Shores heaven. The Nine Shores heaven was a huge place and had many, many universes. It wasn't possible for all of them to have official lords ruling over them. As a result, many were unoccupied. The unoccupied universes would naturally be attractive to cultivators, and any human who entered one of them could basically do anything they wanted with them. Perhaps the Nine Shores Immortal Palace tacitly approves. After all, the 5th star ring seems to foster intense competition to identify who's strongest. It's natural selection. Xu Qing looked at the strange area known as the Inkland. If these non-humans know about my arrival, there's no way this human doesn't know. Given that he hasn't left, and even went so far as to destroy my divine will, I guess I have to treat him as a squatter. And the only thing to do with squatters is drive them away. Paying no further attention to the non-humans, he strode out of the immortal hall, left the asteroid, and made his way into the starry sky. Space-time flowed beneath his feet, and the void rippled. To the astonishment of the non-human leaders, He used his divine will as a guide to step onto the thread of the timescape in the Ink Sun universe as if it were a string on an instrument. There was a twang. He vanished. The bowing non-human cultivators were all astonished to the core. That was especially true of the peak imperial sovereigns. These were extraordinary individuals. In fact, if they weren't being restrained by the fifth star ring, they would already have reached immortal ascension. It was only natural that they were extremely knowledgeable, and the more knowledgeable one was, the more astonished they would be by what they had just seen. Space-time. His Majesty's canon is that of space-time. He's only an imperial sovereign, and his immortal embryo is still only an illusory reality. But just now, he didn't give off the sensation of being a mere imperial sovereign. I wonder, how did he rank among the other ascendees? In the depths of the Ink Sun universe, where the fish head was, in the location that could not be penetrated by divine will, just on the border of the area that seemed to contain a black hole like a sun, a middle-aged cultivator sat cross-legged. He wore an embroidered robe, had flowing blue hair, and though his eyes were closed, his facial expression was cold. Astonishingly, he had a fishing pole in his hand, and the fishing line went right down into the black hole. Frowning, he opened his eyes and looked at the starry sky in front of him. To him, it looked like the starry sky in front of him was being folded. It was like a piece of paper being folded over many times. It soon looked like a door, out of which Xu Qing emerged. Xu Qing looked expressionlessly at the fishing cultivator, then looked at the fishing line going down into the inclined black hole. Behind him, the starry sky went back to normal. Ring source? Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. Previously, he had only sent a bit of divine will here, and it had been shattered very quickly. And since he had been focused on the squatter, he hadn't had a chance to study the mysterious black hole. Now that he was here in person, he could sense that it contained the power of ring source. Perhaps because of the unique nature of the inclined, or maybe the gravitational force from the black hole itself, the ring source couldn't get out. The only way to get it out was to fish it out. Even still, Xu Qing couldn't help but be a bit excited, although the ring source was trapped and not easy to get out. That didn't change the fact that ring source was the foundation of the higher star rings, and was considered the most elemental type of power. It was also absolutely critical to forming the immortal embryo. This type of power was extremely precious. Is this why the Ink Sun universe is said to be of strategic importance? Xu Qing decided that he would look further into the situation. Looking away from the black hole, he turned to the middle-aged cultivator. "Leave this place," he growled. The middle-aged cultivator was, of course, Kun Wu. Looking up at Xu Qing with a grim expression, he coolly said, "So you're a new ascendee." Xu Qing didn't answer the question. He just looked calmly at Kun Wu. Kun Wu's eyes narrowed as he sized up Xu Qing. Although he couldn't see every detail, he was able to determine that Xu Qing wasn't a quasi-immortal, but did have quasi-immortal battle prowess. And he could sense the space-time fluctuations around him. His guard went up. After a moment of thought, he said, "Did you know that I'm originally from Grand Immortal Mountain? This universe of yours used to be special, but it's degraded into something ordinary. I'll be making use of it for a short time longer, no more than 300 years, in terms of compensation." Before he could finish speaking, Xu Qing extended his right hand and unleashed his space-time cannon. He seized control of the time of all living beings and things in the Ink Sun universe. In any other universe, Xu Qing would not have been able to do such a thing with his current cultivation base. After all, even just a single universe was immeasurably large. But the Ink Sun universe was different. From the moment he arrived and became the lord of the immortal hall in this universe, the karma of the Ink Sun universe became like a servant to him. This place was his personal property. It was similar to the god cultivation system in which gods had god kingdoms of their own. 1. Earlier, his divine will could make use of karma to spread throughout the universe. Now, he was doing the same thing with his space-time cannon. All of the time in the entire Ink Sun universe surged, and under the direction of Xu Qing's cannon, it swept toward him. A sound echoed out like the water of a river. Crashing waves could be heard. A majestic, flowing body of water appeared, growing larger and larger. Eventually, this universe's river of time appeared in Xu Qing's right hand. The astonishing river contained projected images of all the living beings here. It was like an ancient cradle of civilization that contained everything and everyone from throughout the starry sky. It was all under the control of Xu Qing's cannon. Xu Qing dropped his right hand. The starry sky shook and everything distorted. All of the non-human cultivators who could sense what was happening were astonished. Kun Wu with his fishing pole was also visibly taken aback. An intense sensation of danger filled him. There was no time to offer explanations, so he unleashed his quasi-immortal cultivation base. Instantly, he was surrounded by flowers, plants, and trees. Infinite vegetation sprang up, surrounding him and growing out into the void. It was as if a primeval jungle had suddenly come to exist in the starry sky. And the vegetation rushed toward the river of time. When it reached the river, it grew in and around the water, until the river of time seemed like it was just part of the jungle. The jungle wanted to completely cover it. This was Kun Wu's cannon, mastery of vegetation. Xu Qing's face remained completely expressionless as he performed an incantation gesture with the right hand that he had just lowered. Instantly, innumerable planets in the Ink Sun universe trembled, and the time that belonged to them was extracted and turned into sand in the river of time. Every single grain of sand was a planet. With planets as sand, the river had a foundation as well as weight. It crushed downward. The vegetation in the river collapsed. The jungle outside of the river began to wither up. However, Kun Wu was an extraordinary quasi-immortal. The collapsed vegetation began to grow again, and the withering reversed. Kun Wu himself was on his feet and backing up, his eyes glittering coldly. He could tell that Xu Qing was no simpleton. You have an imperial sovereign cultivation base, but quasi-immortal battle prowess. No wonder you don't want to let me borrow this place. But in the end, you're just not a quasi-immortal. Kun Wu's eyes shone with an aggressive light as he threw both of his hands out in front of him. Cosmic reversal. Instantly, all of the vegetation collapsed, and this time it didn't return. The withering did not reverse. Instead, everything destroyed itself. In the blink of an eye, the endless vegetation died. As a result of the vegetation dying, a powerful aura of death built up within Kun Wu's words. Borrow the cannon of death to slay the living. The aura of death converged, becoming a gray image that contained an outline of Xu Qing. The image was like a death seal, and the person within it would have their life severed. This was Kun Wu's trump card, and was an expansion on his vegetation cannon that he himself had created. Xu Qing's eyes shone coldly as a sensation of danger exploded within him. The river of time rumbled as it changed shape. It turned into a vortex, and as it spun, a wind kicked up. It had turned into a space-time tempest. Infinite timelessness had appeared. Chapter 1197. You're so bad, you naughty little boy. Time passed, slowly but surely. A month of in-universe time passed in the Nine Shores Heaven. That month was relevant to the universes in the Nine Shores Heaven, not the star domains, star whirlpools, and galaxies. The reality was that in the massive Nine Shores Heaven, the way time flowed in the endless universes changed depending on what civilizations and species were there, and how they recorded history. In the end, that wasn't important. Any given species in the Nine Shores Heaven would usually have multiple ways of recording the passage of time. After all, they would have records of their own planet, but also records of the galaxy they were in. Some large species would have records of the star whirlpools, star domains, or even of the entire universe. The month that passed for Xu Qing in the Inkland was different for the species that lived in the multitude of other locations. To them, it might have been dozens of years or even hundreds. More time would pass the smaller the galaxy was. It could also reflect incomplete or damaged natural and magical laws, or low levels of immortal energy. The beings that lived amidst such slow passage of time would often be incomplete or damaged in some way. It could be their soul, or their bloodline, or their karma. Because of that, such species might not develop much even after the passage of hundreds of years. Things were always balanced out in some way. Xu Qing got a clear sense of all that as he sat in the same spot as Kun Wu had occupied in the Inkland. He was also fishing. By means of his space-time canon, he had come to a much deeper understanding of his universe during the last month. He had attempted to enter the black hole, but could only descend about 30 meters. After that, a terrifying power of rejection stopped him. He had eventually given up, sat down cross-legged, and started using the fishing pole. Although his divine will couldn't go very far inside, and given how difficult it was to get the ring source out, Xu Qing felt like he was sitting on top of a mountain of treasure, only for the treasure to be extremely difficult to take. That said, he could tell that practicing cultivation here would give faster results to his immortal embryo than anywhere else. The ring source doesn't come out easily, but there are still bits and pieces to be had. At the same time, Kun Wu's fishing method is worth studying. He looked at the fishing pole. Over the last month, he had been imitating Kun Wu, only to fail to fish out any ring source. However, he got the feeling that he was doing the right thing. Perhaps not enough time has passed. Fishing does require patience. He looked away from the fishing pole and at the black hole. That old man from the Immortal Palace said the Ink Sun universe is a strategic resource. There must be something special about it. Xu Qing had originally assumed that the Ink Sun universe was special because of the ring source it contained. But during the fight the previous month, some of the things Kun Wu said had been very revealing. First of all, he said that the universe had degraded and was now considered ordinary. Second, Kun Wu had been unaware of Xu Qing's ranking. It was possible that was because he had been so immersed in cultivation that he hadn't been paying attention to news from the outside. But considering that he himself had been an ascendee, there was no way that he didn't know that first-place ascendees would be rewarded with universes that were strategic resources. Based on the clues, Xu Qing had come up with a theory. Kun Wu didn't think that the Ink Sun universe was a strategic resource, not even considering the fact that it had ring source. In other words, it hadn't occurred to him that this universe would be given to the first-place ascendee. So, he didn't truly understand this universe. But what exactly is it about the Ink Sun universe that's special? Xu Qing looked at the Inkland black hole and something suddenly occurred to him. Maybe the answer is in the black hole. What if there's something inside it other than ring source? Unfortunately, I can only go down 30 meters into it. Unless some quasi-immortal came along to help, I'm not going to have any luck. Xu Qing kept on fishing as he planned out what he would do going forward. My short-term goal is to go to the reception universe in a year and get an assignment here in the Nine Shores Heaven. But my long-term goal is to gather lots of ring source. With it, I can form my immortal embryo and become a quasi-immortal. After that, I need even more ring source to complete my immortal embryo. Then, I can gain enlightenment of the 10th extreme and reach immortal ascension. And that's when I can go back to revered ancient. I only have 20 years to work with. I wonder if that'll be enough time. Xu Qing looked off into the distance. It hardly seems like it, but I've already been in the 5th star ring for about 10 years. Revered ancient was a very long way away. In fact, Xu Qing didn't even know how far away it was, but he felt like he could sense where it was. Regardless of anything, when the time comes, I'll go back. If I can reach immortal ascension beforehand, great. If not, at least I can lend some strength to the fight. One thing I need to do is fix my Sagehaven pagoda. Maybe I can use my reward for that. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Xu Qing cleared his mind and focused on the ring source. Ring source was the key to improving his cultivation base. Actually, there's another way to get ring source. Xu Qing's narrowed eyes glittered with a mysterious light. And that's gods. Gods are in the majority in the higher star rings, and ring source forms the basis of their life force. Their entire growth is based on gathering ring source. Because they are born in the higher star rings, it's much easier for them to gather ring source than it is for cultivators. They are essentially collections of ring source. Devouring gods is that other way. The downside is that they aren't pure, so devouring them is dangerous and can have side effects. But it's the fastest method. That's especially true considering I have a god clone with me. In other words, I can probably get around some of the downsides. All of a sudden, Xu Qing thought back to the god prison he had ended up in when he first arrived in the 5th star ring. 1. In that prison of gods, there were spell formations that would extract and purify their spirit energy. In that manner, it could be used for cultivation purposes by low-level cultivators. The more cultivators that were part of the process, the more spirit energy would be produced, in an endless cycle. Once there was enough spirit energy, it would be converted into immortal energy. I bet that's the same function served by the non-humans in this universe. The non-humans are used as nutrients for the path of the cultivators. Meanwhile, the further a cultivator gets along that path, and the longer they live, the stronger they get. Xu Qing felt like he was experiencing sudden enlightenment. But the god prisons in the 4 great planetary systems all contain low-level gods. But the high-level gods must have special prisons of their own. And I bet those prisons are used to extract ring source. If I pursue this path further, I need to find an opportunity to do some tests of my own. But right now, my most important focus is right in front of me. The Incland. Xu Qing looked down at the black hole in front of him. As for the ring source in there. Xu Qing looked hesitant, but he had an idea, so he closed his eyes to think. When he opened them again, they shone with determination. Waving his left hand, he produced a green bottle. Within it was a fist-sized clump of clay. It was crimson. This was the gift that Sir Vilespirit had given him recently. It was god clay. 5th star ring cultivators had different ways of controlling gods, and in this one, they formed the clay into the image of a god that they could control. The blood-red clay floated out in front of Xu Qing, and then he used his divine will to change its shape. Slowly but surely, he molded it into the shape of a fox. Having accomplished that, he said, "Get out here." A very sweet voice replied to him. "HMPH, you rogue, you used to call me High God. What happened to that, huh? Well, it doesn't matter what you call me. You always refused to give me your primal yang, and now you want to control me. You really are a rogue. I've done so much for you. HMPH. I said get out here." Xu Qing's expression remained the same as ever as he flicked his sleeve, causing a medicinal pill bottle to fly out. Within it was a drop of blood. When it appeared, the starry sky trembled, and the void roared as if with thunder. The surroundings rippled and distorted, and everything blurred. This was the blood of the God Lord whose authority was so similar to Starfear. Starfear gasped excitedly. "Gods are outlawed in the 5th star ring," Xu Qing said. "Since you're only in the Godfire level, you don't attract much notice. But if you absorb this blood and become an altar god, well, I don't know what would happen. They could very well clamp down on you instantly. Even though you got an identity in the Aurora Immortal Palace to serve as your foundation, I don't know if that's enough to earn you approval. Therefore, I shaped this god clay to look like you, so I can control you. That way, if anything unexpected happens, I'll have an explanation ready to go. That will ensure that your breakthrough is as safe as possible. Sorry for the trouble." Starfire was clearly moved, but still let loose a cold snort. "Call me Big Sis, then I'll obey." Xu Qing thought for a moment. Starfire had been keeping him company for a long time and had helped a lot in the Aurora Immortal Palace. After a long moment, he sighed. "Fine, Big Sis." Starfire was clearly pleased, as she laughed coquettishly. Then she became manifest. Starlight streamed out toward the clay fox floating in front of Xu Qing. The light merged into the fox. The clay fox was an inanimate object, but an instant later it came to life. It filled with color, then transformed into a bewitchingly charming young woman. The woman walked toward Xu Qing. There were few other words that could describe her other than perfect. Her skin was so fair it was almost translucent, and her curvaceous body was so attractive that anyone who looked at her would be overwhelmed with the desire to be with. Upon nearing, her lovely lips parted, and she flirtatiously said, "You're so bad, you naughty little boys. First you rub your hands all over me, and then you don't even give me clothes to wear." 1. Xu Qing first saw the Prison of Gods in Chapter 1093. Chapter 1198, Unambitious Fox Maiden. Xu Qing sighed. Deep down, he felt somewhat helpless. From the moment he had met Starfire until this day, her way of speaking had not changed. She spoke in a way that was direct, shocking, and audacious. It didn't matter if he was weaker than her or stronger than her. Nothing had changed. Regardless of the time or place, she was always ready to flirt with him. Shaking his head, he waved his hand. A gown appeared that covered Starfire's astonishingly attractive figure. Running her hands down herself and looking a bit annoyed, she said, it's a bit tight. Oh, so you like tight clothes, you naughty boy. You can absorb the god blood and break through now, he said. Noting how disinterested Xu Qing seemed, Starfire covered her mouth as she laughed softly. Seemingly more fascinated by him than ever, she took a step closer to him. All right, young lord, and how exactly would you like me to break through? She spoke in a sultry tone, and when she called him young lord, it was very reminiscent of when she was the fox maiden back in the Immortal palace. Xu Qing closed his eyes and continued fishing. Time is limited, you decide. She smiled coquettishly. That said, she knew that the most important thing at the moment was to absorb the god blood. So she stretched, stuck her chin up, and looked at the bottle floating in the air. Her phoenix-like eyes shone with a golden light. Reaching out, she shattered the bottle, causing an astonishing aura to pulse out. Countless godly striations appeared, intersecting and combining. The drop of blood wriggled and pulsed between different sizes and shapes. It exuded terrifying mightiness and was accompanied by a soundless roar that caused the air to vibrate. If you looked closely at the drop of blood, it seemed like it was made of stars. Innumerable crimson stars. It was as if the redness of the blood was the light emanating from those countless stars. Starfire looked at the blood and inhaled deeply. Then, her godly might erupted, causing mutagen to suddenly fill the area. The surface of a sea appeared within the godly aura, and everything within it was inverted. The sea was the sky, and the stars were beneath it. The sky reflected infinite starlight, which descended to create a divine likeness that hovered between the sky and the sea. The divine likeness's mouth opened, and the drop of God Lord blood was absorbed. The statue shivered as if in pain. After being absorbed, the drop of blood ceased to be red, and instead became golden, which was the color of the gods. Something like a ball of fire ignited within Starfire's divine likeness. The fire raged, completely engulfing the statue and spreading out to incinerate the sea and the stars. An astonishing aura erupted from the divine likeness. Before, the mightiness of the blood had been constrained inside of it, as if it had been sealed or even dead. But after Starfire consumed the blood, it was as if it came to life. A terrifying aura swept out of the statue, bringing incomparable fluctuations like a storm that could rock all existence. It filled all of the star domains in the Ink Sun universe, as well as all of the galaxies and planets. The planets shook. All living beings reacted with visible shock. All inanimate objects swayed back and forth. Innumerable non-humans were shaken to the core. Top experts were clearly taken aback, down to the last one. Numerous gazes in the Ink Sun universe were focused on Xu Qing's location. The development was even surprising to Xu Qing. The aura was just too spectacular. Under its weight, the entire Ink Sun universe was visibly shaking. Cracks appeared on Starfire's divine likeness, and golden fire began to seep out of them. Her sea was really disappearing, and her sealing marks were blurring. It was as if she couldn't handle the force. It only took a glance for Xu Qing to understand what was happening. Starfire had only come as a clone to the 5th star ring, and that clone wasn't strong enough to deal with God Lord blood. It seemed he was going to have to step in to help. In fact, he was preparing to help take away some of the strength of the god blood, to reduce it to a manageable level. That would make the blood less effective, but he wasn't just going to stand by and watch Starfire be burned out of existence. However, just before he was about to take action, Starfire spoke in a hoarse voice. I can do it. The nearly collapsed divine likeness trembled, and then a starry sky appeared over the head of the statue. It was not the star ring of the fifth star ring. It was the starry sky of the revered ancient mainland. It was the starry sky of the ninth star ring. Starlight began to fall from that starry sky, like a rain of stars, and as it landed on the divine likeness, it merged inside and suppressed the golden fire. However, that didn't seem to be enough. The golden fire was suppressed momentarily, but then it surged back even stronger than before. As things reached a critical point, determination shone in Starfare's eyes. Opening her mouth, she took a deep breath and then spoke in a godly voice. Switch the primary and secondary. New strength seemed to flow into the crumbling statue, building up with every moment that passed. The divine likeness shone with glittering, dazzling, blinding light. The starlight falling from the starry sky became unfathomably boundless. It was no longer a rain, but rather a falling sea of starlight. All of it was falling. It provided continuing nourishment until the golden fire first stabilized and then began to unify with Starfare's divine likeness. The pressure weighing down on the surrounding universe began to subside. The starry sky above the divine likeness blurred and faded away. A massive and astonishing altar appeared beneath the divine likeness, something that could support an entire starry sky. It was extremely ancient and covered with complicated, godly designs. It was something that could end the heavens and crush the earth, and it seemed to be part of a higher star ring. The godly aura it emitted surpassed the godfire level. This was a god altar. The moment it formed, it indicated that Starfare had entered the altar god level. Xu Qing could see it all very clearly. He could also sense that, just now, Starfare had apparently used a god magic to sacrifice her true self back in revered ancient. That was the price she had paid to absorb the god blood. That was what had fueled the breakthrough. Xu Qing could also sense the love felt by a higher star ring toward a god. Altar gods were the equivalent of the quasi-immortals of the cultivator system. When a cultivator broke through from imperial sovereign to quasi-immortal, dramatic changes occurred to heaven and earth. But it wasn't anything like the breakthrough Starfare had just experienced. It was as if, to the natural laws of a higher star ring, this was orthodox and correct. Xu Qing could sense that this universe, and this starry sky, had actually been helping this altar god to come forth. Gods really are doted on by the higher star rings. I'm sure the law enforcement forces in the Nine Shores Immortal Palace noticed the commotion just now. Almost as soon as Xu Qing thought that, the starry sky trembled. An immense and indescribable force arrived, causing all living beings in the Ink Sun universe to go still. The light from the suns stopped moving, and all the planets stopped rotating. Time seemed to be sealed. It was as if the entire Ink Sun universe had been encased in a huge bubble. It was cut off from everything outside. Starfire's breakthrough seemed to stop as if it had been paused, and the forming god altar was frozen in place. There it remained in place, completely motionless. Then a pair of eyes appeared in the starry sky, seemingly replacing the entire Ink Sun universe. The eyes were staring at Xu Qing. It seemed as if a single thought from those eyes could wipe out Xu Qing, Starfare, and the entire universe. Suppressing his fear, Xu Qing bowed. Exalted One, this is my god slave. The eyes focused on Starfare. The divine likeness blurred, and a lifetime of images appeared. They started out with a human emperor, who, in the face of an invasion of gods, chose to split his 3 souls and transmigrate into the bodies of gods. Eventually, one of those gods encountered Xu Qing, got wrapped up in his affairs, and then came along to the 5th star ring. Then everything that happened in the 100 Flowers Palace became a foundation. Then came a body made of god clay, which Xu Qing controlled. Everything was very clear. A cold voice echoed through the starry sky and into Xu Qing's mind. If this god does anything wrong, you will bear responsibility. Xu Qing bowed again. He knew exactly who this person was. The eyes in the starry sky closed, and the bubble surrounding the Ink Sun universe vanished. The planets and living beings went back to normal, and Starfire's breakthrough continued. No one else but Xu Qing was aware of what had happened. The god altar beneath Starfare rose up, lifting the divine likeness high. And then an altar god aura began to pulse out of Starfire. She opened her eyes, and she shone with golden light. Behind her, boundless and dazzling stars glittered. Waving her hand, she absorbed all of the supernatural phenomena, then smiled and approached Xu Qing. "Seems you were being overcautious, you naughty little boy," she said casually. "You used that clay because you wanted to feel me up, didn't you? Nothing unexpected ended up happening after all, did it?" Starfire was clearly very pleased with how things had turned out. Not only had she become an altar god, but having absorbed the godly authority in the blood, she now had a much greater likelihood of becoming a true god, as well as a path to follow in that direction. Glancing at her, Xu Qing coolly said, "Immortal Lord Nineshores just paid a visit." Starfire's eyes went wide, and her pupils constricted. She was very familiar with Xu Qing's personality, and she knew that he was telling the truth. What was more, she hadn't sensed the visit of the immortal lord. She sighed softly. This star ring. Well, who cares? The affairs of gods and immortals aren't important to me. Whatever happens in the future doesn't matter as long as I end up happy. Having reached this conclusion, Starfire blinked a few times, put everything out of mind, and prepared to do some more flirting. Xu Qing didn't give her a chance. Looking at the inclined black hole, he said, "Since you're an altar god, you can go with me in there to look around. I want to see exactly what makes the Ink Sun universe so special." He started walking. Looking at him from behind, Starfire licked her lips. "You naughty boy, the more deadpan you act, the more I like you." 1199, Primeval Higher Starpin. The Incland was like a black hole, but at the same time, it was. There was no swirling vortex, nor was there any gravitational force that pulled things in. It was more like a cave in the starry sky, shaped like an ordinary circle. Few individuals were aware of where it led or how deep it went. The only thing Xu Qing was certain of was that his divine will couldn't see inside. It was comparable to a star domain. Compared to the Ink Sun universe as a whole, it wasn't very large. But when you stood at the edge of it, you would be filled with an intense sensation of grandeur. The wisps of ring source aura that came out of it, like fog or catkins, made the inclined black hole seem even more mysterious. At the moment, Xu Qing was like a fish swimming down into the inclined, struggling to make progress. Starfire followed along, poolsing with the power of a god to bolster him. They were working together. He would race down about 30 meters, and then Starfire would take the lead for a short time. The reason was that although there was no force of gravitation in the inclined, there was a force of expulsion that got stronger the further in you went. When Xu Qing had tried this alone, 30 meters had been his limit. By cooperating with Starfire, he had pushed past that previous limit. But after switching back and forth several times, the force of expulsion was getting so strong that both of them were struggling to proceed. At around 600 meters down, they couldn't go any further. That seemed to be the limit for quasi-immortals. That was also when Xu Qing suddenly detected a very unusual aroma coming from deeper inside. It smelled like rust, mixed with something like ammonia. Upon reaching that 600-meter spot, Starfire looked around suspiciously, then down at the endlessness below them. "There's something strange going on here. This aroma seems to be stirring some ancient memories in me." Meanwhile, creaking sounds were drifting out from Xu Qing, which came from the pressure on his fleshly body. Though his cannon was strong, his fleshly body was still in the level of illusory reality. His cannon, which he had been using to sustain his fleshly body, was starting to be eaten away by the force of expulsion. Unfortunately, 600 meters was hardly scratching the surface when it came to the depths of this black hole. That said, the ring source here was a bit more abundant than further up. Though I can't check any further, at least this is a better fishing spot. Despite being a quasi-immortal, Kun Wu didn't have cannons strong enough to go down this far. After instructing Starfire to watch over him, he settled down cross-legged and took out the fishing pole. He cast the line, and it dropped down. Kun Wu really had an extraordinary fishing pole. Settling his energy and clearing his mind, he waited. As Starfire stood guard, she started thinking of the past. She was certain she had never come to this place before, not even back when she was actually a human. It seemed to her that the sense of familiarity came because, back when she reached godly ascension, she had mysteriously acquired a massive amount of information about gods. Time passed. Half a month went by. Starfare continued to ponder things. Xu Qing went on with his fishing. And then, after all of the time he had spent, he finally got some results. There was a tug on the fishing line. His eyes snapped open, and he spotted a 5-colored ball of light. It had appeared deeper down in the black hole, and though it was only about the size of a human head, it shone with intense brightness that made it very obvious to see in the darkness. Though it looked like pure light, it was really a liquid, and it was attached to the fishhook. There was another tug on the line, and then Xu Qing yanked the pole up and dragged the liquid light toward him. As it neared, an intense ring source aura spread in all directions. Even when he was just sensing it, his immortal embryo was stirring in response. His eyes glittered brightly. Starfare suddenly felt an instinctual longing building up inside. Ring source was the most fundamental power in the 36 higher star rings. It formed the origin of gods and the structure of the star rings. Whether it was the godly authority of the gods or the cultivator authority of the cultivators, substructurally speaking, they all came from ring source. It was the same with both godhood and canon. It was something higher star rings literally could not be without. When cultivators formed an immortal embryo and then upgraded it to become a mature immortal, they absolutely had to use ring source. Starfare knew that it was superlatively important to Xu Qing, so she suppressed her longing. Xu Qing reached out and grabbed the 5-colored liquid light, looked at it for a moment, then squeezed it. The ball of light instantly transformed. It flowed up his arm and out to cover his body. And then, the body of illusory reality formed outside of Xu Qing's soul began to soak it up like a sponge. The light slowly began to weaken and dim. By the time it disappeared, Xu Qing's aura had improved dramatically. And his body of illusory reality was now just on the verge of reaching the undying level. Xu Qing opened his eyes, scanned himself, and then took out the little white bottle he had acquired from Sir Vilespirit. With the wave of his hand, he dissolved the bottle into nothing. The liquid inside then floated over to him. It was also about the size of a head and emitted the exact same 5-colored glow. It was also ring source. Exactly the same, he murmured, eyes narrowing. Then, without any hesitation, he reached out and grabbed it. The same thing happened. His body of illusory reality absorbed it and his aura surged. His fleshly body improved, until finally, he was shining with boundless light. Thunderous rumbling sounds echoed out everywhere. His true fleshly body, which was within his body of illusory reality, became transparent, as if it was melting and transforming on a fundamental level. The process of undying illusory reality involved sending the soul out, and then using the illusory body to slowly replace the real body. Major success in that level came when the real body, which had been absorbed by the illusion, also became an illusion and turned into a soul. That level was called the undying. Of course, it wasn't truly undying. That was because after that point, the fleshly body and the soul would be remolded and would intersect. It was like the soul gaining a body and the body gaining a soul. Then all of the preconditions could be considered met. That was why it would be impossible for someone like that to be killed by someone in the same cultivation level. Only someone on a higher level could do so. Xu Qing's cultivation base had now reached that level. His real body, hidden in illusion, was becoming increasingly transparent. Finally, they switched so that the real became illusion. The true body became a soul, and the illusory reality became reality. The inner became reality. The outer became reality. Xu Qing's aura climbed higher, and his cannon glittered as it flowed inside and outside of him. His eyes opened and they were calm, but full of aggression. He seemed threatening without being angry, and at the same time, full of determination. Starfire was shaken to the core. As of this moment, Xu Qing seemed significantly stronger to her than he had before. Xu Qing pondered the situation. Next comes the final transposition of the undying illusory reality. The interior reality and the exterior reality must fuse and then become the immortal embryo. And that's going to require a lot more ring source. Based on what he could tell, that next step was going to require the equivalent of 100 balls of ring source like those he had just used. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Xu Qing looked down. Considering that his fleshly body was stronger now, he figured he should try to sink down further. Before he could, Starfire reached out to stop him. He turned to look at. Starfire's expression was grave, which was very unusual. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. "While you were working on your cultivation," she said, "I was thinking back to the time I reached godly ascension and received a host of information about gods. As I was sifting through all of those memories, I realized why this place seems familiar to me. What's actually familiar is that aroma. It's the smell of the rust from primeval higher star iron. One piece of that information I received is this: the 36 higher star rings don't have fixed sizes. As history progresses, they occasionally grow and expand. It's something the 36 higher star rings just automatically do. When they do that, rips will appear in them. And whenever those rips appear, the god paragon of the star ring uses a special material to create a type of pin that they will then use to pin close the rips. It prevents the rips from getting bigger and allows them to eventually heal. The material they use to create the pins is called primeval higher star iron." Having reached this point in the explanation, Starfire looked around. "That's the aroma here. It's primeval higher star iron." "So," Xu Qing said, "if my speculations are correct, this inclined black hole is probably a spot where one of those rips occurred in the ancient past. In order to prevent the rip from spreading, the god paragon of the 5th star ring used a pin here. But the terrifying pin that could prevent a star ring from being ripped open has been taken away. It's no longer here. However, the iron pin itself needs to be constantly maintained. In order to preserve it permanently, it would need to be returned here occasionally. That's most likely why the Ink Sun universe is considered a strategic resource. I'd say there's an 80 to 90% chance this place is designed to maintain a primeval higher star pin. And down below us." Starfire looked down into the gloomy abyss. "I bet only that god paragon could know. What's on the other side of the spot that the pin was used on? We definitely aren't strong enough to know." That got me thinking. A universe designed to maintain a primeval higher star pin should be extremely important in any star ring. So why give it to you? And thus, I suggest you don't explore any further. Although Starfire did not provide a complete explanation, her tone of voice and serious expression made it clear that she was suspicious of the entire situation. Her instincts were telling her that there was something going on. Lowering her voice, she said, "To put it plainly, taking a primeval higher star pin away wouldn't require any sort of sacrifice. But upon returning it, all living beings in this universe would need to become sacrificial offerings." 1200, Deiforge Universe. Sacrificial offerings. Starfire's words caused a profound look to appear in Xu Qing's eyes. For a moment, he was lost in thought. Then he looked up and calmly said, "Since further exploration is going to be hard, let's shelve this matter for the time being." With that, he floated back up through the inclined black hole. Starfire breathed a sigh of relief. After dredging up the memories that revealed what this place was, she had begun to feel very uneasy about exploring it further, and the aroma of rust had stricken her with outright fear. After all, they had no idea who took the primeval higher star pin, nor when they would return. If, by chance, that person happened to return when she and Xu Qing were exploring the place, then they would definitely be wiped out of existence. Of course, Starfire knew that things would most likely not play out that way. What she was really afraid about was the unknown at the bottom of the inclined. Whatever was down there, it was something mysterious and dangerous that surpassed her omniscience. Seeing that Xu Qing was abandoning the exploration, she breathed a sigh of relief and followed him away. And thus, the two of them flew out of the inclined. Once out in the open, Xu Qing tossed the fishing pole to Starfire. She caught it, and being able to guess what Xu Qing meant by the gesture, she looked at him begrudgingly. "What's this mean, naughty boy? You're going to go out and have fun while I stay behind fishing for you." Xu Qing nodded. That was exactly what he was planning to do. I have 10 months left before I need to go to the reception universe. Time is limited, and I still need to go cash in one of my Ascendi rewards. If things go quickly, it'll take a few months. If they go slowly, it might be half a year. I'll return as soon as I'm done. In the meantime, High God, I'd like your assistance in the fishing effort. The more ring source you can get, the better. Without waiting for Starfare to agree to the plan, he turned to leave. Starfare watched him go with a cold harumph that ended in a pout. Polite words, but he sounded like he was giving orders. The little punk has really grown up. How dare he talk to me like that? Although, seeing him like that just makes me like him even more. Starfare couldn't help but lick her lips. Then she waved her delicate hand out, and immediately a sea of flowers appeared outside the enclave. The flowers bloomed, and out of them stepped a host of bewitchingly charming young women. They were all manifestations of her god magic, and they were extremely lifelike. A buzz of conversation and music drifted out. It was almost like the 100 Flowers Palace had returned. Naturally, luxurious divans appeared, along with immortal fruits and spirit alcohol. Starfare already seemed to be enjoying herself. Lying down on one of the divans like the senior consort of the imperial harem, she flicked the fishing rod and sent the line down into the enclave. Then she popped an immortal fruit into her mouth, helped herself to some spirit alcohol, and settled down to enjoy the music. No one intentionally treats themselves badly in life. As Xu Qing departed, he sensed what was going on outside the enclave. Everyone had their own likes and dislikes. He understood that. Starfare preferred to enjoy herself. She liked a clamor of activity, while Xu Qing liked peace and quiet. But it didn't matter the surroundings. As long as she fished up some ring source, he didn't care what else she did. And thus, he used his immortal slip to leave the Ink Sun universe and head in the direction of the Deathblade universe. Whether it was the possibility of upgrading the canon in magical treasures or having a lower immortal forge some equipment, both could happen in the Deathblade universe. Naturally speaking, the place was very special. In fact, it was definitely a universe that could be called a strategic resource. It was the heart of the equipment forging tradition in the Nine Shores heaven. In fact, the mere structure of the universe itself was absolutely astonishing. There were no star domains in the Deathblade universe. There were no galaxies, and there were no planets. There was only one magnificent and astonishing forge complex, which took up 70% of the entire Deathblade universe. It was really that incomprehensibly large. As for the fire that heated the forge houses in the complex, it came from innumerable stars fixed in place below. All of the stars in the Deathblade universe had been moved underneath the forge to heat it. That said, it wasn't just Deathblade universe stars that provided the heat. In order to ensure the forge flames were as hot as they could be, stars were plucked from other universes and added to the mix. Another source of heat was Godfire. By combining all of those things, it was possible to power the countless subsidiary forge houses, operated by millions upon millions of expert smiths that operated them. From a distance, the forge didn't look much different from a sun. It was just more astonishing and magnificent, and it ensured that this universe was one unified structure. Emerging from the forge complex were countless glowing bands of light, stretching off in all directions. Each of those bands was occupied by hosts of cultivators. Anyone in the Nine Shores, heaven who needed forging services, as long as they qualified, would come to this place. As a result, the Deathblade universe was always filled with a clamor of activity. When Xu Qing appeared, he was on one of those bands of light. As he looked around, he heard the rise and fall of conversation. He felt the waves of heat coming from the forge complex, and it was all a bit dazzling. What an amazing place. Without pausing for a moment, he started moving through the crowd along the band of light. Eventually, he reached a black altar at the end of the band of light where people were waiting in line. There was a huge demand for the services provided by the Deathblade universe, so on each of the bands of light, there were large numbers of people waiting for their turn. Of course, there were astonishing numbers of smiths working at the forge, so wait times usually weren't very long. Most people sat cross-legged and worked on cultivation while they waited. When their turn came, they would get onto the altar, crush their jade slip, and turn into a beam of light as they were teleported into the forge entrance. Days passed in flash. Xu Qing spent some time observing the forge complex. It was divided into 3 overall sections: the main concourse with landings 1-3, the central concourse with landings 4-6, the high concourse with landings 7-9. The main concourse had the most forge houses, and the higher you went, the fewer forge houses there were. The vast majority of cultivators who teleported in from the bands of light would go to the main concourse or the central concourse. It was less common to go to the high concourse. In fact, Xu Qing never saw anyone go there. He had some speculations about why that was. A few more hours passed as various cultivators went to the altar and teleported away. Finally, it was Xu Qing's turn. Taking a deep breath, he walked onto the altar and took out the immortal slip he had been given as a reward. Just as he had seen everyone else do, he crushed the slip. There was a pop as the immortal slip crumbled and was absorbed into the altar. Then, a power swept out, turning into a beam of light that swept him up into the air. Astonishingly, the beam of light took him toward High Concourse Landing 7. A lot of people on the band of light noticed, and many shocked glances focused on the teleportation light. A buzz of conversation also rose up. Can you believe it? Someone just went to Landing 7. The forge houses in the High Concourse are operated by immortal smiths. Normally speaking, only cultivators who have made major contributions of service qualify to go there. I bet you that was one of the new ascendees. The ones in the top 10 get some very special rewards. Everyone sounded envious. The truth was that it was rare to get a chance to have a lower immortal forge equipment. Of course, Xu Qing had no idea how the crowd outside was reacting. He was swept through the beam of light and soon found himself at the entrance of a forge house on Landing 7. He felt his face battered by heat as, to his surprise, he realized he was standing in front of a massive fire pit. Seated cross-legged, next to the fire pit, was an old man in a red robe who pulsed with a terrifying aura. Xu Qing's expression became very somber. He could tell that this was, indeed, an immortal. He bowed deeply. The old man didn't open his eyes. In fact, he didn't even speak with words. He just used divine will. What do you want forged? Without any hesitation, Xu Qing took out the geomantic compass he had acquired that was a canon treasure. He also took out the Mode of Heaven's principle. After a moment of thought, he also took out the Sage Heaven Pagoda. 1. With utmost respect, he said, "Senior, I would like to refine this geomantic compass and use the materials along with Heaven's principle as well as your canon to forge a treasure that corresponds to my personal canon." "What form do you want it to take?" the old man asked with divine will. "A skewer." Xu Qing waved his hand and summoned an illusory version of the iron skewer that had long been at his side. Then he pointed to the geomantic compass. "Senior, I would also like your help extracting the canon from that geomantic compass and putting it into my pagoda." This time, the old man opened his eyes. Terrifying pressure radiated off him and onto Xu Qing. "Your reward was for 1 forging job." Xu Qing bowed his head. "Senior, I also was rewarded with 1 opportunity to augment a canon treasure." "That's not my job," the old man said coolly. He looked Xu Qing up and down. "Wait, you're Xu Qing." Xu Qing nodded. The old man smiled. "So you're the first place ascendee. Well, fine then. I'll help you just this once." The old man waved his finger, and terrifying mightiness emerged from its tip. It landed on the geomantic compass, which trembled and collapsed into dust. The impurities within it were removed, leaving behind only its quintessence. As for the canon, he extracted it without damaging it, then waved his finger again to send it into the pagoda. Next, a burst of flame emerged from the fire pit. It swept around the pagoda, causing the canon within to harmonize. Then the structure of the pagoda shattered, only to be put back together by the fire. Afterward, it was not only back in one piece, it was far stronger than before. Having accomplished that, the old man started working on the magical treasure Xu Qing had requested. He took the purified geomantic compass as well as the mode of heaven's principle, and he combined them. After some thought, he then took out a palm-sized piece of green stone to add into the mix. More flame emerged from the fire pit, which surrounded the new object, burning and refining it, until an iron skewer appeared within it. After it had taken shape, the old man suddenly said, "Your cannon." Having watched the old man work, Xu Qing could tell that he was definitely a grandmaster. Without hesitation, he excitedly sent out his cannon of parallelism. It entered the sea of flames and fused into the iron skewer. The iron skewer vibrated, and suddenly a kaleidoscope of images appeared around it. Xu Qing's eyes lit up. It worked. 1. Xu Qing got the geomantic compass in chapter 1145.